Thank you all for coming. This is February 28th meeting of the Board of Regents, and we're going to start with the Property and Facilities Committee. Let's see, we'll start with the minutes of the November 15th, 2023 committee meeting. Are there any updates to that meeting, or to those minutes rather? Okay, hearing none, we'll recommend those to the board. And the next item on the agenda is Registered University of Iowa Capital Improvement Business Transactions. Rod Leonards.
Thank you, Regent. Yeah, thank you. Regent Reiswick committee members, we appreciate your time. The University of Iowa has 5 projects as a part of our capital register for this board meeting. One of those is a permission to proceed. The other 4 are budget approvals and design approvals. I'll go through each and be glad to answer any questions you may have. The first of the 5 projects is a permission to proceed with a project planning request for the construction of a new parking ramp that would be by this study located on the dental science building parking lot, series of parking lots that serve that facility at a central location on our healthcare and athletics campus, and with increasing traffic and efforts and services on the health science campus and with the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, there is a demand and a need for us to consider a new ramp, which in our master planning has been a site we have considered for future development for this kind of project, which we're at least prior to planning anticipating would be roughly 1,000 to 1,200 spaces, and reconfiguration of the adjacent lot that surrounds that would also serve 500 to 550 surface parking spaces. Early estimate would suggest $55 to $60 million project, funded as would be on the parking ramp projects by parking improvement and replacement funding. There are many multiple benefits associated, we believe, with providing this facility, but upon the board's approval would advance a study to look at the details and the costing of the project. The second of our 5 projects is the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Stead Family Children's Hospital, a fit-out project of the 7th floor of the tower as an expansion of our NICU program, which is located on the 6th floor of the building, master planned actually for expansion of this service. In fact, I will highlight that Dr. Jameson, our Vice President for Medical Affairs, will be presenting to the board today, and will also make comments regarding this expansion of important services within the Stead Family Children's Hospital. The budget for the project that we are asking for approval of is $41 million to be funded by university hospitals building usage funds. Be a similar layout to the 6th floor and would add an additional 28 NICU patient rooms and all support spaces that are also present on the 6th floor. You may recall we've been coordinating an 8th floor fit out as well at the Stead Family Children's Hospital, and will have been and will be carefully coordinating both the planning and minimization of any disruptions that would occur associated with construction within an active building. So important projects that were planned as the building was built and these floors shelled, but demands for these services, as Dr. Jameson will point out, call for the projects to be advanced. We would be looking at starting construction of the 7th floor NICU fit out in spring of 2024 upon your approval, and the work would continue until the fall of 26. Again, some of the pacing based on the fact that the project is happening in an occupied hospital facility. The third project is also a request for approval of schematic design and budget. This for the Medical Research Center. It's a renovation project of an existing building for pathology. It's within the Medical Research Center, which was originally built in 1957. It is a space that has been important. Its location is important on the health science campus, but needs updating for the Department of Pathology and core histology laboratory space as well, all related to the Carver College of Medicine. The Carver College of Medicine gifts and earnings would fund the $2.15 million project. There are images in your docket information that show the portion of the floor that is impacted, as well as an aerial photograph showing you that building and its placement on the health science campus. Upon approval, we would be looking at advancing construction this spring. The fourth of the 5 projects goes to the other side of the river, to our Iowa Memorial Union. As you will recall, we are advancing, with your approval, a project to modernize and address deferred maintenance concerns and functional modernizations of the Iowa Memorial Union. This project is within the same building, but in an area not impacted by that project, and one that has been headed our way for some time, the R. Wayne Ritchie Ballroom, which in fact was where the board meetings used to be held when on the University of Iowa campus, was needed for important pressing academic needs on our campus immediately following the flood of 2008. We have museum studies programs, apart from also wanting to keep some element of our, at that point, traveling art museum on the main campus. And after much study and consideration, that ballroom was reconfigured and redesigned after 2008 as a temporary museum space, all with the understanding that upon our completing our Stanley Museum of Art, which is complete and has been active, obviously, we would return that space for use for our student life and IMU folks, for use by students and both revenue generating and events, as a very pre-flood popular ballroom space. It's 5,100 square feet, serves as many as 300 visitors, and we will return that space back to its pre-flood state. It's a $2.4 million project, and we would start construction on that this spring as well. The final project is the UIHC Roy J. Carver Pavilion. This is an air handling unit replacement. It's Unit 9 replacement, $2.6 million project funded by University Hospital Building Usage Funds. It's in the lower level of the Roy J. Carver Pavilion, and it's the original air handling unit from the construction of that pavilion in 1979, has reached the end of its effective life. It serves the neurology clinics and is a project that would start this next summer and would be finished by the spring, about a 9-month project within that space to modernize it. Again, $2.6 million project. So those are the 5 projects the university brings to the Board of Regents and the committee today. Thank you.
Thank you, Rod. Any questions? Yeah, Regent Kramer.
Yeah, this is Robert Kramer. Rod, can you tell us what you propose for your delivery method for each one of these?
Yeah, and I've got David Keft is on the line as well. I believe, well, we have just started the planning on the dental parking ramp project, so we wouldn't have any proposal for that at this time, but on all of the other, they would be design bid build, standard design bid build, public build projects. David, I don't think that there are alternative delivery methods for any of these, or that we've asked any, but I'd ask if you want to confirm.
That is correct. And in fact, on the dental parking ramp, we're looking at traditional delivery method as well.
Yeah, it might be noted in the past with some of those projects, because it's a unit by unit project, whether it's a residence hall or a parking ramp, kind of in that commodity of parking spaces. In the past, we may have considered that project for design build. That is not a method that we are free to use, and we would not. And in that case, the public bid, by designing it, bidding it, and building it, public bidding process would be our default, and probably the most likely for the parking ramp. Thank you, David.
Okay, that's what I'd like to see. I think that'd be great. And if you don't mind, maybe in the future, maybe putting those on the information we get, and then I won't have to. Yeah, well, and then what I'm saying is, as you propose projects in the future, if you could put the delivery method, I see that Iowa State is starting to do that in our documentation, just to see it up front. Yeah.
Yeah, we'd be glad to, and note that our default is design bid build, and the only time we actually highlight anything else is if we don't do design bid build, but we're certainly glad to include that as a level of confirmation. No problem at all.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I was just wondering, has there been any discussions yet on who the intended population is for the use of the dental parking ramp? That mentions there's current demand and anticipated growth. I'm just wondering if that will be mostly a patient-focused ramp, employee, or guests?
Yeah, Regent Crow, it's a good question. And as we look at expanding the parking in that part of our campus, couple of things to keep in mind as we are well into construction on the Hawkeye parking ramp, which is generally a replacement of Hospital Ramp 1 in preparation for the Patient Tower project. The intent of our parking surrounding UIHC is that the various parking ramps, which include 2, 3, and 4, 3 being just north of Kinnick Stadium, would primarily be patient lots, and the Hawkeye ramp has some flexibility. It would be in the skywalk system to the hospital, could be patient, but the general thought is that that would be for staff parking associated with the hospital, and more of that with respect to this proposed dental science lot. There is clinic, obviously clinic visits and service related to dental science that this will benefit, but primarily the surface spaces at the dental science can suffice for that. This would primarily be staff parking. And then because of its proximity, it sits directly across the street east of Carver Hawkeye Arena. It would also serve a secondary beneficial function in providing event parking associated with Carver Hawkeye Arena. But its primary daily 365-day use intent would be for staff parking. And
Perfect.
permit parking.
Rod, can you tell us a little bit more about the discussions with the Iowa City VA Medical Center in leasing space from the ramp and what?
Yeah, and again, it will be, Regent Reiswick, this will be part of our exploration of and study of that project. But we know that the VA, and we, they're not part of the University of Iowa, but we have a lot of co-appointments, and we appreciate their proximity to the university. We also know they are completely landlocked and have had long-standing concerns and issues with parking and providing sufficient parking for their visitors and their folks. They have approached us on a couple of occasions about possible partnerships. And with the proximity of this site to their site, they are and we are and will be talking about options that they could lease portions of this lot, and also by virtue of that help in the funding for construction of the lot. But nothing specifically with our parking and transportation team and VA, nothing specifically has been determined, but we know that it is of interest to theirs, and I think a shared benefit in our exploring this project.
Thank you. Any other questions from anyone for Rod? Okay, thank you, Rod.
Certainly, thank you.
Okay, Iowa State is up next.
Thank you, Regent Reiswick, and good morning, everyone. Iowa State University has 2 transactions to present for approval on the Register of Capital Improvement Business Transactions today. Our first request is permission to proceed with project planning to expand the Lloyd Veterinary Medical Center Large Animal Hospital. This project would expand the facility by over 17,000 square feet, which would include an expansion of the current large animal reproductive services area, as well as enhancement of professional student and resident training opportunities in advanced equine sports, medicine, and large animal reproductive service areas. The project is going to be done in 3 different phases, with the first being focused on the equine ICU stall, reproductive services, feed and bedding storage, and shared storage space. The total proposed budget for the entire project is $11.5 to $12 million and would be funded by university funds and private giving. We are continuing to evaluate the most appropriate delivery method for this project, but we are requesting permission to proceed with the construction manager at risk, or CMR, method to eliminate delays should this be deemed the most appropriate method for this project. Our second request is permission to proceed with project planning for the construction of 2 New Right facilities. New Right is an acronym that stands for National Testing Facility for Enhancing Wind Resiliency for Infrastructure in Tornado, Downburst, Gust, Front Events. These facilities would study non-synoptic wind, or NSW, such as tornadoes, derechos, and other severe yet short-term downbursts of wind. This would be done in 2 phases, with the first facility being a prototype, 1/20th in scale of the second facility. And this prototype would be built inside the west end of Howe Hall on campus. The second facility would be a full-scale building, approximately 50 feet long, yet to be constructed at a yet to be determined site. Both facilities would really provide extensive educational and outreach opportunities, as well as attracting and retaining a diverse pool of undergraduate, graduate, and postdoctoral students, and attracting federal, state, and industry-funded awards related to this NSW hazard research. The $83 to $94 million project budget would be funded entirely by National Science Foundation, or NSF, grants, of which $14 million has already been received by Iowa State from the NSF, and $6 million of that is earmarked for phase 1 design and construction of the prototype facility, with the remainder planned for research, protocol development, and New Right facility criteria development. Phase 2 would not proceed until successfully being awarded funding through NSF's competitive award process. We are requesting permission here as well to use the CMR delivery method for this New Right project. The CMR process here would allow for early design input, provide more precise cost estimating and scheduling, which we feel would be necessary to meet requirements of the National Science Foundation grant. And those are our 2 projects for approval on the Register of Capital Improvement Business Transactions. Happy to answer questions.
Any questions? Yeah, Regent Kramer.
Yeah, Heather, it's Robert Kramer. Let's talk about that CMR just a little bit. The bigger one, the National Science Foundation funding, seems like it might be a good fit for that. Here's where I'm always coming from on this delivery method is when we can and when we have public money for sure, I really like to keep it open to that normal design, bid, build format, because I believe it gives the opportunity to more contractors. We should get the best price that way. And we're using public money, so we got to be, extra careful with it. On this larger one, it's all grant funding. So I would want to give the university a little more discretion on if you really feel like this CMR is the best way to go. That kind of makes sense to me. But on the first one at 11 or 12 million, I really would like to see us be able to open that up to every bidder and have that. What do you think about that? And is that, and maybe what does the rest of the committee think about that method?
Yeah, I think Regent Kramer, I asked some questions of our facilities team around this as well. And again, I think we are still exploring what would be the best method for that project related to the Lloyd Veterinary Medical Center. I think certainly open to that feedback and consideration as we move forward. I think that's something we can certainly go back and explore further.
Okay. And what is the process, John? Do we get another bite at this apple as far as deciding on method, or we kind of need to decide now which way we would go?
You can. I think what Iowa State's trying to do is get the okay for CMR now and have it in their back pocket, if you will, in case they do decide to go with CMR. I'm talking about the Lloyd project at the Vet Med College, so that they have it. If they want to use it, they can. But the last discussions I had with them is that they are kind of leaning towards a traditional design bid for the very reasons that you mentioned. So, but if you would like to have us put that on the docket when it comes time to approve the budget, it would be perfectly fine to do that, and just so everyone is on the same page for that.
Regent Reiswick, do you have any thoughts of of one way or the other. My preference would be to keep it away from CMR on this one, but don't want to speak for the whole committee. So
No, I don't disagree. I mean, if it's nice to have the option to be able to use the best plan for it. So if CMR makes sense at the end, that's fine. So if permission doesn't need to be now and it doesn't bottleneck any of your process down the road, you know, maybe it is something we approve later, but I'm certainly be up for that. If that's something we're doing, do we need a motion to do that? Is that what we're getting to here? I'm not looking at you. Sorry, John.
I know.
I don't-
I'm sitting there trying to think what to say. To me, it seems like it'd be okay to approve everything today, and if anything changes come budget time, we could make the adjustment then.
And
I believe, Heather, did you say that would you come back with the budget, you would at that time give us the best build?
Yeah. I think we're asking for that approval, as John said, for the CMR process today, but would certainly be coming back to you with a final, you know, kind of direction on which process we'd be using. And to John's point, I think the facilities team is leaning towards the design bid build, but we would bring that back for final decision-making when we bring the project budget for your approval.
yeah, that makes sense to me. So there's
That
one
makes
more
sense.
step in this. So it gives you the opportunity to say, we looked at both, here's what we like, recommendation of the board. That sound good to everybody? Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, Heather, you have one more, I believe.
I do, yes. We also have an item on our agenda, which is related to requesting approval from the board to proceed with the purchase and installation of new video displays and new sound systems for our athletic facilities, along with authorization to enter into a master lease financing agreement for these systems. So this project would replace video displays, scoreboards, and large venue sound systems at Jack Trice Stadium, Hilton Coliseum, Lead Recreation Center, and the Cyclone Sports Complex. All of these current systems are at or near their end of expected life, having been originally installed between 2006 and 2012. Additionally, it's really necessary for us to look at replacing all systems throughout these facilities at one time due to the video displays sharing a common processing and control system, as well as this gives us an opportunity to recognize economies of scale. The new systems will really greatly enhance the experience for all the events held at these facilities. The project is really looking to be done in phases, with completion dates ranging from the fall of 2024 to the fall of 2025. We are requesting approval to proceed with the purchase and installation of the video displays through Daktronics Incorporated and the purchase and install of the new large venue sound systems from One Diversified at a total project cost not to exceed $16 million. ISU is also seeking approval then to enter into a master lease financing agreement through the board's existing master lease program with First American Bank. The master lease financing would occur in two tranches, the first in spring of 2024 and the second in spring of 2025, with the total amount financed not to exceed $16 million. The lease will be repaid by the athletics department gifts and revenues over not more than a 10-year term. This financing will be taxable since the display of advertising is considered private business use. And I'm happy to answer questions about that project as well.
Questions? I just wanted to make a comment. Daktronics, I used to sell paint finishing equipment to that company, so I've been in that factory many times over the course of a decade. I don't do that anymore, but they are the market leader and they make a really high quality product. So I'm very comfortable, excuse me, very comfortable with that manufacturer. So service, warranty, all that stuff after the sale should be very good. So for what that's worth.
Great to hear that. Thank you, Regent Reiswick. Appreciate that perspective.
Okay, anything else for Heather? Okay, UNI, Michael Hager.
Well, good morning. The University of Northern Iowa is requesting permission to proceed with project planning for a UNI court practice facility. This facility would serve our women's volleyball team, our women's basketball team, and our men's basketball team. Currently, there's no single dedicated practice space. All three of those programs, along with our men's wrestling program, utilize the McLeod Center, which is the performance venue, along with a few courts in our recreation center. The proposed practice facility would house the practice courts, but also some support areas such as strength and conditioning, some training areas, changing areas, and some general storage. The site will be determined during the planning process. The delivery method will also be determined during the planning process, although I will say that the overwhelming majority of our projects are traditional design, bid, build. That's what I would anticipate for this project going in, but we always determine that during the project planning phase. It would be funded by gifts as well as some athletic operational funds. We'd come back to the board before we move forward with the project. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Okay. No questions. Thank you, Micah. John Nash, you've got an update on institutional roads?
Thank you, Regent Reiswick and members of the board. Recently, the Iowa DOT informed the board office that 4.9 million in one-time DOT funds were available to be added to our budget for road projects. That budget was last approved by the board in September, is currently at 12.5 million over the next 5 years, and has always been funded by the Iowa DOT. With the board's approval today, that budget would be increased to 17.4 million and would fund over 26 road projects at all three universities and Iowa Lakeside Labs. Be happy to take questions.
Yeah, Regent Kramer.
How do you put these out for bid? Are these done through the DOT or through our process?
Through our process. So every year we are allocated funds from the DOT for the next 5 years, and we bid those projects ourselves, and they're always, without fail, traditional design, bid, build. Yeah.
Any other questions for John? Okay, thank you, John. Excuse me. And then let's see, we have some leases and easements. David Keft.
Thank you, Regent Reiswick. The University of Iowa has several lease approvals for the board's consideration. The first is one for UI Healthcare. This is a request to approve a 10-year lease with Group 411 LC for about 8,500 square feet in Cedar Rapids. This is a building we already have several clinics in, and in fact, this space is already under lease with us. What we're asking is for a lease extension. We previously entered into a 5-year lease, which is under the board threshold for approval. We're now asking to extend that lease for an additional 10 years, which does require the board approval. We've recently added an urgent care and fit out that space for that with laboratories, exam rooms, x-ray equipment, and all of that. And because of the capital improvements that have been added to that, we want to have a longer commitment of a lease term on that building. The base rent is a little over $10 per square foot with an annual escalator. That also includes the real estate taxes as part of that. And there was some renovation costs that were done as tenant improvements. Those have been amortized over the lease, and we'll continue to make those payments. They'll be paid off in 2026. That's the first lease. The second lease is also for the benefit of UI Healthcare. There's 2 separate leases of 2 adjoining buildings, both with the same landlord. It's ACT Circle Holdings. These are facilities that were formerly occupied by ACT in Iowa City and recently have been vacated. One of the buildings is a 4,700 square foot conditioned warehouse, which we've been looking for a while. It's hard to find those kind of facilities just sitting idle. And there's also an adjoining 18,000 square feet of office space. I think in the narrative, we indicated about 95 UI healthcare pharmacy positions would be relocated here. That number is now increased to about 107 employees will locate to these facilities. This will be the primary location for from some pharmacy compounding, some specialized pharmacy handling that occurs here. It will also be sort of the central place for UI Healthcare's mail order prescription center where they send prescriptions out, oftentimes specialty prescriptions to patients around the state. There'll be these are 20-year leases that we think at a favorable rate of $7.90 a square foot for the conditioned warehouse and $12.50 a square foot for the office building. There'll be some tenant improvements that will also occur, and those will be amortized over the course of the lease. And then the third one is for the main campus. This is something we're quite excited about. This is a lease with Balfour Beatty Communities to master lease approximately 25 1- and 2-bedroom student apartments at the Aspire Student Housing Complex. This is a graduate and professional, mostly graduate and professional housing complex that's about 10 years ago was ground leased on the University of Iowa campus. It's privately run. There's a board made up of university officials and folks from the Balfour Beatty Communities that sort of handles issues as they come up on the campus, sets the annual lease rates, things like that. It's a great facility. It's a quiet facility. There's a dog park adjacent to it, and it's very popular with our graduate and professional students. What this lease will allow is for the university to master lease these 25 apartments for our well-known REACH program, which in our College of Education. Currently, those students are housed in various residence halls on campus, and the program is very excited to have sort of them move slightly off campus, still technically on campus, but away from the central hub, allow them to have a little bit more independent living experience. This is also unique because most of the folks living in this are graduate professionals in our health sciences, and there's looking for really interesting synergy between those students all living in the same complex. The other benefit here is that most private apartments in Iowa City are on a 12-month lease. We've worked out an agreement with at the Aspire complex for this to be a more traditional on-campus 9-month lease arrangement. This will be approximately $1,400 a month for 1 bedroom, $1,600 a month for 2 bedrooms. They're completely furnished, including washers and dryers. This is not a long-term commitment. We're kind of going this almost year by year to see how this all works out. So it's sort of a pilot program for the next year, and we hope it's a long-term win-win for everyone involved. Happy to answer any questions.
Regent Kramer?
I don't have any questions and don't have any concerns with the leases or with the easements we're going to talk about. And I appreciate everybody changing the schedule around to help me out, but I'm going to sneak out to a funeral and then I'll be back here about noon. So thank you.
Any other questions for David? Okay, Heather, I believe you have some as well.
Yes, thank you. Iowa State University is requesting board approval for 4 electrical utility easements from ISU to the city of Ames. The first easement documents and supports the city of Ames operation and maintenance of an existing overhead electrical distribution line from the veterinary medicine substation to South 4th Street. Easement number 2 supports the city of Ames relocation, reconstruction, operation and maintenance of existing overhead electrical lines currently located in the US Highway 30 right-of-way. And this is in anticipation of the Iowa DOT's long-range plan to widen Highway 30. Easement number 3 documents and supports the City of Ames operation and maintenance of an existing overhead and underground electrical distribution line along the north side of Mortensen Road between Welch and State Avenues and connecting to the city's substation at the intersection of State Avenue and Mortensen Road. And the 4th and final easement documents and supports the City of Ames operation and maintenance of the existing substation located southeast of Patterson Hall at the Veterinary Medicine Complex. With all 4 of these easements, there are no costs associated. However, ISU will be receiving improved electrical service from the City of Ames in return for granting of these easements. Happy to answer questions.
And I don't think there's any questions. I did want to go back to David, just one question on those leases. Those per square foot, those are all triple net leases. I think I saw the lease agreements, but just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah, they are, well, on the non-residential ones, they're triple net, with the exception of oftentimes in the triple net, real estate taxes are paid by the tenant in the, on the first lease, those are, the real estate portion of that is part of the base rent, but otherwise they're triple net leases.
Okay, and then the per square foot, does that include the triple net portion, or is that just the per square foot?
That's just the base rent. The maintenance charges are, they'll fluctuate per year. They're actually all just pass through costs. So they'll be set at a base level, and then we'll reconcile with actual costs on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other items to come before the Property and Facilities Committee meeting, or questions for that matter? Okay, well, hearing none, we'll recommend all these to the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of the Academic Affairs Committee. I note that all members of the committee are present, so we'll proceed with the first item on the agenda, and that's approval of the minutes from November 15th meeting. Do I hear any recommendations for amendments or anything to those minutes? Okay, hearing none. Those will be approved by general consent. The next item is for new business is a new program request from the University of Iowa. I believe Provost Kriegel will present those.
Thank you. I'm going to pass it over to Associate Provost Udi Holman, who will go over those materials for us.
Thank you. The Management and Entrepreneurship Department in the Tippie College of Business is proposing to offer a Bachelor of Business Administration, BBA, in entrepreneurship. The proposed standalone major will replace the entrepreneurial management track in the current management major. 3 required courses have been added to the proposed major's curricula that provide aspects of entrepreneurship beyond those that are management focused. Additionally, the electives for the proposed major allow students to have an emphasis area within the major: technology entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial finance, entrepreneurial leadership, and new ventures. The proposed major will also leverage the innovative programs and networks of the Iowa John Papajohn Entrepreneurial Center, or Iowa JPEC. And looking at the need for the program, the state of Iowa's economy is driven in large part by entrepreneurial ventures and small businesses, with 99% of Iowa businesses considered small. Small businesses also account for almost 47% of Iowa employees. The data is similar for our contiguous states. For these Midwestern state economies to prosper, they need a vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem and access to educated talent. Members of the Iowa JPEC Advisory Council and alumni entrepreneurs were supportive of the development of the proposed major and provided input regarding the program of study. In regard to experiential education opportunities, the proposed major has an experiential education graduation requirement called RISE, Research, Internship, Study Abroad, or Experiential Courses. And as well, Iowa JPEC will be supporting the proposed major and has strong ties to a substantial number of entrepreneurial ventures. The Management and Entrepreneurship Department is well positioned to offer the proposed major. The core courses will be taught by a combination of existing tenure-track faculty and highly skilled instructional track faculty who have significant teaching and real-world experience. Funding for the instructional requirements of the major is part of the TIPI budget. Both Regent institutions expressed support for offering the proposed major, and no concerns were raised from the ICC-PHSC posting. Finally, the proposed degree will fall under TIPI's accreditation by the Association to Advance Collegiate Schools of Business. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
No questions. I think you can proceed to the next.
And actually, I believe that Amanda, that this is yours.
Good morning, everyone. The University of Iowa proposes to add an online learning center to the Executive Master of Public Health program in the College of Public Health. So the EMHA provides working professionals with advanced knowledge and skills in healthcare leadership, and positions experienced professionals to become effective healthcare administrators, and meets the need for leadership in transforming healthcare financing and delivery in dynamic environments. Interest in the face-to-face programs like the EMHA that are geared toward working professionals has declined since the pandemic. Conversations with prospective students, peer benchmarking, and labor market analysis indicate that greater flexibility offered by online degree programs is more attractive to working professional students. The proposal to offer an online EMHA does not conflict with or duplicate any programs at the University of Iowa. It extends the reach of the EMHA program beyond the current physical sites, enabling people who can't take in-person courses or prefer an online delivery modality to earn an EMHA from Iowa. The program of study for the online EMHA will be identical to that provided in the in-person EMHA. Competencies associated with the two will also be identical. Courses will be delivered in a synchronous online format. EMHA faculty will work closely with instructional designers in UI distance and online education to convert their in-person curriculum to an engaging and effective online program. Primary faculty in the Department of Health Management and Policy will teach and co-teach the online EMHA courses, along with adjunct faculty who are leaders in the field of healthcare. There's a strong need for new healthcare leaders in the US and in Iowa. Factors such as an aging population, increasing demand for healthcare services, and a shortage of qualified professionals in the industry keep demand high. The Bureau of Labor Statistics projects that employment of medical and health services managers, which includes healthcare leaders, will grow 32% from 2019 to 2029, much faster than the average for all occupations. Also, according to a report by the American College of Health Executives, 61% of healthcare executives are planning to retire within the next 5 years, creating a need for new leaders to take their place. The Ivy College of Business at Iowa State University offers a Master of Healthcare Analytics and Operations program. The focus of Iowa State's curriculum is gaining healthcare data analysis skills, where the University of Iowa EMHA curriculum focus on skills necessary to assess and administer complex healthcare operations. The director of the Iowa EMHA program met with ISU's Associate Dean for Academic Affairs and Diversity, as well as 2 faculty from the Ivy College of Business, and no concerns were raised. Consultation with an associate provost and dean at UNI confirmed that there are no similar programs at UNI and no concerns were raised. Des Moines University has an asynchronous online Master of Health Administration program that's designed for early career practitioners, while the proposed program is synchronous and designed for mid-career practitioners. The director of the Iowa EMHA program met with the director at DMU, and the DMU program director appreciated that these are distinct programs and supports the proposal. University of Iowa is approved at the highest distance education stipulation level, so no additional HLC approval is required. The online EMHA will undergo an accreditation review by the Commission on Accreditation of Healthcare Management Education at the same time as the EMHA and MHA programs, and that review is scheduled for 2026. The program has evaluated the marketplace's tuition and will set a tuition structure that'll be highly competitive with other CAHME accredited online program offerings while providing sufficient revenue to support the program. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, hearing none, the committee will recommend approval of the Bachelor of Business Administration in Entrepreneurship and the Executive Masters of Health Administration online program. Thank you. Next item is the University of Iowa has some recommendations for program location closures.
Those will be again, so you'll get to hear from me for a few more minutes, everyone. So the first is that the University of Iowa proposes to close the Scott Community College Learning Center for the Master of Social Work program. The Iowa MSW curriculum prepares social workers for clinical practice or leadership practice. In addition, students can develop expertise in several specialized fields, including trauma and resilience, children and families, clinical practice, school social work, organizational leadership, aging, longevity, and end-of-life care, and higher education and research. The University of Iowa's MSW program has experienced a decrease in applications to the Learning Center, while at the same time, the online program is expanding due to increased demand. The Scott Community College Learning Center operated on a cohort model, admitting a target of 25 students every 3 years. The program was unable to enroll at that target level during the last cohort, receiving only 10 applications in 2022. Two changes that impacted enrollment in the program were the closing of the Marycrest University's BA in Social Work program, which was a feeder program for this MSW program location, and the opening of St. Ambrose's MSW program, which led to increased competition for students in practicum sites. The Online Learning Center is expanding to enroll at least one section of 25 to 30 students every year. All 10 of the 2022 applicants to the Scott Community College Learning Center were offered admission to the online program, with 8 accepting admissions. No students are currently enrolled in the Scott Community College Learning Center, and it's anticipated that prospects in the region of Scott Community College will apply to the online program. Iowa's MSW program enrollments remain robust in the other locations, with 60 students currently enrolled in the Iowa City campus, 79 students enrolled at the John and Mary Papajohn Education Learning Center in Des Moines, and 44 students enrolled through UI's expanding online program. Closing this learning center will allow the School of Social Work staff and faculty to focus on the growth of the online program. Expected cost savings include personnel transportation and facility rental cost. The demand for the master's level social workers is expected to increase in the state of Iowa, particularly as Iowa's population continues to age and mental health support needs increase. Those needs will continue to be met by the University of Iowa's MSW program. Additional MSW programs in Iowa are at the University of Northern Iowa, St. Ambrose University, Clark College, and Grandview University. And I'm happy to take questions on this one.
Any questions for Amanda? Okay. Hearing none, the committee will recommend approval of these location closures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Are there, yeah, there are 2 more closures.
There are 2 more.
Sorry, go ahead.
No problem. So I'm going to talk about these 2 together, but I can certainly take questions about them separately as well. The University of Iowa seeks to close the Professional MBA, Birchwood Learning Center, and Master of Business Analytics, the MSBA, Birchwood Learning Center, as well as the Professional MBA, TCOB, Tippie College of Business, Cedar Rapids Center, and the Master of Business Analytics, MSBA, at the TCOB Cedar Rapids Center. So the Professional MBA is a 45 semester hour program that provides students with a foundation for future growth and flexibility in professional management. The MSBA is a 30 semester hour program that addresses the growing need to manage and analyze the rapidly increasing amount of data that's available to support business decision making. Working professional students are overwhelmingly selecting online courses for their flexibility and engaging format. So offering both in-person and online has become an inefficient use of resources for Tippy. Current MBA and MSBA students in the Birchwood Learning Center and the TCOB Cedar Rapids Center will be able to complete coursework through online offerings at the pace of their choosing and with more flexibility. There will be cost savings from no longer leasing space in Davenport and Cedar Rapids. Additionally, faculty resources can be focused on delivering the online program versus teaching courses at multiple in-person sites as well as online courses. The Iowa MBA, a program designed for professional part-time students, is available through the Online Learning Center. Additional part-time MBA programs in Iowa include Iowa State's part-time MBA hybrid or online program, Drake's online program, St. Ambrose University's in-person or online program, Mount Mercy University's inline or online program. The MSBA at Iowa is available through the Online Learning Center. Additional MS in Business Analytics programs in Iowa include Iowa State's MS in Business Analytics, online for working professionals, in-person for full-time on-campus students, and Drake University's online program. We don't anticipate a decrease in the overall enrollment in either the MBA or the MSBA program. Students will still be able to pursue the MBA or the MSBA through the Online Learning Center, which provides greater flexibility and access.
I have a question from Regent Ricewick.
Sure.
You mentioned the leases won't be required. When do they expire? Like, is there any issue with timing on when the leases expire or the rental agreements expire?
No, that's a good question. I think that spring 24 is at the end of spring 24 is actually when the leases expire.
Okay, and then the faculty that are currently teaching these classes in person, do they have office space that they'll still maintain, or do they teach from home, or how does that happen?
They are either teaching remotely as they're adjunct faculty who are working there, or they're teaching remotely from or they're coming in remotely from other parts.
Okay, so that there's not office space or anything that they'll be required to have.
No.
That's all my questions.
Thank you. Regent Barker.
Yeah, will Tippy have any remote locations after this closure?
They'll still be in the Des Moines in person.
Des Moines. All right, and Italy, the Chimba program also.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you. The committee will recommend closure of these 3 locations. Thank you. Next item are requests for new programs from the University of Northern Iowa. Provost Herrera.
Thank you, Regent Lindemeyer, and good morning, everyone. Dr. Patrick Pease, Associate Provost, is going to handle some of the descriptions of what we're requesting.
And thank you for for the sake of time, I'll if it's okay, I'll present all 3 of these and then pause afterwards for any questions. So the first proposal is for an online early childhood education BA. UNI seeking to add an online delivery method for our existing program in early childhood education. This is not a new program at UNI, but it is a change in delivery mode. This request is driven by a state shortage in early childhood educators and a growing demand for greater online access to programs that allow pre-service and in-service educators to attain an inclusive early childhood endorsement. This program currently exists as a residential program, offering the early childhood education program online. Will simply provide a pathway for non-traditional students seeking their initial baccalaureate degree and in-service teachers engaging in post-baccalaureate work toward a new endorsement area. The program does not impact the existing residential program, but extends the option for more students to take advantage of the program's opportunities. The second request is for a BS in Mechanical Engineering Technology. So we're requesting the addition of a BS degree in MET. The MET degree focuses on the application of engineering principles and technological developments for the creation of useful products and production machinery within a manufacturing environment. A program in mechanical engineering technology prepares graduates with problem solving and hands-on skills to enter careers in design, installation, manufacturing, testing, technical sales, maintenance, and other endeavors typically associated with mechanical components and systems. This is an extension of our applied engineering programs broadly. UNI has programs in manufacturing engineering technology and automation engineering technology, and this will allow us to share courses and facilities across all three of those programs. The new program builds on those existing majors to create a well-rounded industry and manufacturing focus at UNI. And the new program will be facilitated through the upgrades of our applied engineering building, which is opening soon, and our metal casting center, both of which have dedicated labs, classrooms, and collaboration space that can accommodate the new program. The third request is to shift delivery of our master's in history. So we're requesting approval to change delivery of the delivery format of our existing MA in history, shifting it from a residential program to a fully online format. The demand for history MA programs has shifted over time, with many prospective students requiring flexibility as working professionals to balance career and continuing education. This is especially true for our largest pool of students who are working teachers and need flexible options to continue their education while staying in the classroom. The change in delivery format for the MA in history is a result of extensive strategic planning over a couple of years by the department to really reimagine what the graduate education in history should be. Specifically, market analysis shows that the online delivery format will improve student accountability, scheduling flexibility, program completion, and the ability for students to enter into the program and complete it. The transition to online delivery of the program will not interrupt current students. Any students in the residential program will be able to finish their degree as designed, or may shift to the online program for completion if they wish. I will pause here and be happy to answer any questions.
Regent Crow? I'm sorry, Regent Rouse.
I had a question on the early childhood education online program. Is this the only online program? I know you listed private colleges in Iowa State, but is this the only online option in the state?
Yes, we think it is.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Regent Barker.
I just thought I'd highlight a couple of statements in here about the growth in employment for people with history degrees. I just thought that was interesting that's projected to grow by 12% over the next 10 years, and employment of archivists and museum workers by 19%. History is not necessarily a field that we would think of as having that kind of growth. So I just thought that was interesting.
Yeah, the archival work, public history is an interesting area, and that connects with museum studies a lot. And yeah, so it's an interesting growth area. Still, most of our students are working in secondary teaching, but there are certainly a lot of career opportunities for the graduates.
Patrick, I just wanted to mention, I appreciate the flexibility of the university of changing these programs or moving to a new market. I did have a question about the early childhood education program that's on campus. How are the enrollments in that on the traditional program? Are they fairly healthy?
They are fairly healthy. I think the enrollments are around 20 students a year. The challenge is always being able to offer the opportunity in a way that in-service teachers can continue that. And so we think that changing this will increase it to about 30 to 35 students a year, just by creating that additional opportunity for students to work on it in evenings and weekends and at that flexibility. It can be difficult, as you know, for a working teacher to step out of the classroom in order to work on a master's degree. And the teacher shortage in the state really demands that we create other options so that people can continue working while they are continuing that education as well.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, I just want to chime in too that I really appreciate that online childcare program because I think that's really necessary, especially out here in rural Iowa.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, the committee will recommend approval of these new three new programs. Next on the agenda is a recommendation from University of Northern Iowa for program termination.
Yes, I'll cover this as well. This is a termination of our athletic training and rehabilitation studies BA. It's not a direct or it's not a straightforward termination though. So we are requesting the closure of the BA program. This comes as a result of the recent merger of our athletic training and kinesiology programs into a single department. So the BA in athletic training we terminated, but the content is going to be shifted as a pre-athletic training emphasis inside of the existing kinesiology major. So the material will be retained, but rather than being a standalone BA, it will become part of a larger program. So this creates efficiency in the delivery of curriculum, and we think it's appropriate because the practice of athletic training now requires graduate certification. So the undergraduate major listed as athletic training can be misleading. Current students will be able to complete their degree as it now exists, or they can transition to the kinesiology major with the AT emphasis area. Most of the courses that are currently in the current BA will be part of the new program emphasis, and so they will continue to be offered in both the old and the new formats. The remaining athletic training courses that are going to be phased out will continue to be offered to students over the next 1 to 2 years after the program termination, so they can be completed. Advisors will work with students to prioritize the completion of those classes specifically. And if necessary, I'll identify alternative courses to ensure that the termination does not delay any student graduation timeframes. There will be some minor cost savings associated with streamlined curriculum, but the athletic training faculty will continue to teach in the undergraduate kinesiology program and in the athletic training master's program that leads to the licensure. I'd be happy to answer any questions about this.
Any questions for Patrick? Okay, thank you. Hearing none, the committee will recommend approval of this program termination.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is a new program request from Iowa State University. Provost Wickert, you please make the presentation.
Thank you, Regent Lindenmeyer. So we are requesting board approval for a new fully online master's program in applied statistics, which would be offered through our statistics department in our College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. And as you can see in the docket item, this proposed program is focused on more practical applications of statistical methods and analysis. And it is intended to prepare students who in the target audience would really be practitioners or even out in the workforce to be effective and ethical users of statistical methods and techniques. As noted in the docket item, the field of data science, data visualization, machine learning is growing in very many professional disciplines. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics projects very favorable overall employment growth and opportunities for statisticians in the coming decade. And so we really feel that this program sort of fits in the pocket of an established strength at Iowa State in statistics with the applications to computer science, business analytics, mathematics, actuarial science, digital ag, even artificial intelligence initiatives. This will be an online program. It will be delivered through our Iowa State online unit. And as you may see in the docket item, there is a provision in the curricular requirements for students to receive course credit for work experience in applied statistics, which can come from independent project that's been completed at their employer. For students who are not yet in the workforce, it could be practical experience through an internship. And even for students who would want to be connected with our statistics department, our statistics in the community program, one of our statistics research centers on campus, there would be such an opportunity as well. We have some programs already in statistics at the graduate level. We have a full-time on-campus, in-person Masters of Statistics. So the proposed program would differ in terms of the modality. And then through our College of Business, we have a Master's in Business Analytics, which is really focused on that particular business environment. Beyond our campus, no other Iowa institutions offer a program like the proposed one. And the proposal before you has gone through all the necessary Iowa State internal approvals, and we appreciate the conversations and support from the University of Iowa and the University of Northern Iowa as well. Like any program, we anticipate, it'll start with an initial cohort and grow. Our expectation is that this will, in all likelihood, be sort of a mid-sized master's program with around 60 students or so by year 6. But we think the market is pretty good, and there's some upside potential here. As we've had conversations with other universities, they've experienced a faster growth. So we'll see how it goes, but we think the enrollment forecast is favorable. Anytime you offer a new program, there are going to be costs associated with instruction, perhaps creating new course, marketing to students, and so forth. Our budget model at the university is a responsibility-based budget model for colleges, and colleges are incentivized to be entrepreneurial and creative in creating programs and to manage their costs. And so any incremental costs associated with the program would be covered through the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences through the tuition revenue that is generated by students who are enrolled. So we're requesting board approval of this, and if that's granted, our intent would be to begin offering the program in the spring of 2025 semester.
Thank you. Any questions for Regent Parker?
Yeah, I think the docket mentions, and I think you mentioned that this will cover the ethical use of statistics. I was just curious how you plan to incorporate ethics into this program and what ethical issues you would emphasize.
Well, I think there's some sayings about lying with statistics, quips that we're all familiar with. The ethical use of data, how one interprets it, how one would interpret and present an entire data set, I think would be very, very relevant there. I don't have the course syllabi of specific courses and what the instructional resources are, Regent Parker, but if that's an area of interest, I can certainly follow up with the department.
Great, thank you.
Jonathan, do you anticipate the addition of any new staff to offer this program?
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. We have enough currently to get started with the program. If it were to grow at the size that's forecast, we could anticipate over a period of years adding up to 3 new faculty in the statistics department. Those faculty would not exclusively teach for this program. They would teach for undergraduate, other graduate programs, conduct scholarly research, and the like. But if it grows at the size we expect, that certainly would be a possibility. And we make those prioritizations, again, based on looking at enrollment trends and opportunities for growth because of our responsibility-based budgeting model.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. The committee will recommend approval of the Master of Applied Science at Iowa State University. Thanks, Jonathan. Now it's time for Rachel Boone, our Chief Academic Officer, to offer our annual report on program review.
Thank you, Regent Lindenmeyer. And I will just very briefly share a couple of remarks. The report is in the docket, so you've had access to the majority of the information. I'll just emphasize this is a board policy requirement. Board policy 3.7 does require that these reviews happen on a 7-year schedule. I will add some of them are on a slightly different schedule based on their accreditation cycles that they operate on. So there are instances where it might be more or maybe one additional year than that range, but it is always within that range. And the full program review, as we define it, typically entails a self-study by the department. There's an external review associated with that, which is why accreditation is a nice fit for being involved in this. And annual program improvement work. So this is an every 5, 6, 7, 8 years basis, but annual program improvement work is also something that is expected and monitored by deans and chairs of all the colleges and all the departments. And so I would just emphasize that, yes, this is a periodic review, but there are also annual checkpoints that all the institutions have instituted as well. So happy to take any questions, or I would defer any questions as well to the provost who could take them.
Parker? Yeah, we had key findings at the University of Iowa. One of them is that undergraduate enrollment in engineering has declined. And I know this isn't part of the review at Iowa State, but is the same thing true of engineering at Iowa State, or is that just at the University of Iowa?
Provost Wickert, are you able to speak to that?
Sure. Yeah. Enrollment nationally in engineering did decline for a period of time, including at Iowa State University. We are now seeing a rebound in engineering enrollment this year, and our forecast for next year is also one of rebounding.
That true at University of Iowa also?
Provost Craigle, can you comment as well?
That's correct. Same at the University of Iowa as what Regent Wickert mentioned.
Decline and rebounding now.
Absolutely, yes.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, so one important note, these reviews, we get them on a little bit of a delayed basis. So a lot of the data in them is reflecting maybe the most recent information reflected in there might be from spring of 23, but even maybe more so fall of 22, just because of the cycle of reviewing and then submitting. So pointing just information on that.
Regent Ricewick.
Excuse me, looking at the distance education report, there's a lot of growth there. I'm curious if, how many of those students are from Iowa and how many stay in Iowa when they're done? All those questions, right? Are they also enrolled in in-person courses? I'm just curious where those people are coming from, because that growth is pretty large.
Yeah, well, okay, so I will absolutely answer that question. The distance ed report, I have a few other comments on that one too. So maybe I might defer it just briefly, and then I will get to that question, if that's okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay, the committee will accept that report. Do you want to move on to the distance education?
Yes, thank you. I'll share a few more. So this is, again, an annual report that is required in board policy. I would emphasize there is this key trend of growth from 5 years ago. It is notable in there that there is some fluctuation. The impact of the COVID pandemic and how that related to distance education impacts that. So 5 years ago is pre-pandemic to today. So as we see those percentages, they're going to kind of be funny because of the fluctuation over the last few years over time, but it's still some really good growth there. I would emphasize too, I think it's on the first page, there's a nice display of the growth in non-credit courses and non-credit enrollments as well. This is certainly an area that we don't talk about as much here, but is really important, and the institutions engage in obviously a lot of significant work in that non-credit space. And that is displayed here. So I'm going to connect some of this and well, actually, we'll go straight to your question, Regent Ricewick. The piece on how many are from Iowa, that sort of thing. If on appendix or attachment A of the report on page 8, it does show by county what the distribution is for within Iowa. So it is coming from over 700, enrollments are coming from all 99 counties, over 700 communities spread across the state. I don't have the percentage proportionality of that. I would just say that this is sort of evidence to me and to sort of, I think, the institutions as well, of the importance of some of the programs we were hearing about earlier, having MSW available in different places, having the professional MBA available through, and MBA programs at all the institutions available through online options, Master of History now, those sorts of things. We have Iowa residents in all 99 counties taking advantage of that. And that's, I think, just a really important opportunity that they're making available. And it's clear that folks are aware of it and benefiting from that. There's been a lot of progress. So I'm sorry, let me pause there. Does that kind of get to, I'm sorry I don't have proportionality, but does that sort of start to answer your question?
Yeah, it kind of gets there a little bit. Yeah, I'm curious, where, are they from all over the world, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
you can take an online course anywhere. So,
Yeah.
but it seems like a lot of them are from Iowa. It'd be interesting to see, do they then stay to, because we track that on in graduation rates through, 4-year early. I'm just curious. It's fairly new, how effective it is when these people go into the workforce, and do they stay in Iowa, stay employed, and what kind of jobs do they take, and that sort of stuff.
Yep, good questions. I might have a little more data on that, so I might be able to follow up and get you a little more information on some of that. Yeah. I also want to sort of just briefly draw attention from a distance ed standpoint to distance education task force that the board had a couple of years ago and the work that they did, recommendations they made. This report does emphasize a few areas of progress in relation to some of those recommendations. And I'm not sure it's emphasized in this report, but we just heard new program requests from all 3 institutions that relate to graduate and master's level online programs. And that was one of the areas of recommendation, that was a market opportunity that the institutions should be looking at carefully and taking advantage of. And obviously that's happening. We've also had some really interesting work and shared sort of cross-institutional engagement around with our instructional designers. Those teams are getting together on a regular basis, sharing information, sharing resources and ideas, best practices, all of that. They're doing professional development work together cross-institutionally, and they've seen some real positive benefits and growth out of that effort. And finally, there is some in here pertaining to more short-term certifications. Some of that might be in the non-credit space, but a lot of it is actually credit-bearing. And I'm going to use that. I'll take questions on distance ed, but this is also a sort of a segue comment that we will receive a presentation shortly on that topic. So I'm not really going to go into it now, but there's certainly a connection between a lot of what you see in the distance ed report and the presentation that you'll be receiving soon. So any other questions?
I think so. That's a good segue into the next item on here, the presentation on workforce needs through micro-credentials and certificates. I think it'll address the non-credit portion. The presenters are going to be the associate provost from each university, Anne-Marie Zanden from Iowa State University, Patrick Peace from the University of Northern Iowa, and Tanya Uden-Holman from the University of Iowa.
Great. Well, good morning, Regent Lindenmeyer and board members. We're happy to be here to give a presentation on micro-credentials. I will lead us off and go through some general kind of stage setting things, if you will. And then each of the institutions will provide some information on kind of what we're doing and how we're addressing this opportunity in that micro-credential space at each of our institutions. If we can move to the next slide, please. So I want to start by talking about some of the definitions. We've got kind of broad and institutional level definitions, and you'll hear that we use the terms slightly different at each of our institutions. I want to spend a little time also talking about how these opportunities are meeting workforce needs. At Iowa State, I will talk a little bit about the work that we have done to identify an institutional level brand, and then also the intersection with our traditional extension and outreach offerings. Tanya will talk next about the online certificates, including the stackable options that they use at the University of Iowa. And then Patrick will follow in with micro-credentials, particularly in their teacher education space and some of their other examples as well. So if we can move to the next slide. When we're talking about terminology, and many of you are probably already familiar with this, micro-credentials, badging, certificates, stackable, all sorts of terms are used when we start talking about what micro-credentials are. But in the grandest scheme of things, you can think about a micro-credential as being less disciplinary content than a degree, which would be approximately 120 credits. And it's more content than a single course, which typically is around 3 credits. But the most important thing is it really focuses on a way to indicate a set of knowledge, skills, and abilities, or KSAs, that have been achieved through some form of focused learning. The other important part of that is the student is assessed on those KSAs against a rubric to show that they've actually attained it. So there's more involved in earning a micro-credential than sitting in and completing a 2 or 3 hour webinar or some other type of small, short-term type of professional development. It really is about gaining knowledge, skills, and abilities and having that evaluated in some way against a rubric. So the micro-credential itself is what the learner does, and then the badge is the physical representation of that particular learning that the student did. So if we can move to the next slide. This word graphic on the right-hand side is based on a review of literature and commentary around micro-credentials. And one of the things that you can see is the largest and the darkest word that comes out is competency. And I think that's really an important feature when we talk about micro-credentials, is that they really are competency-based. And it's a way to show that a certain competency has been achieved. The other ways that micro-credentials can help meet workforce needs is that a micro-credential in and of itself can be very customizable. It can be designed to meet the needs of a particular workforce sector, an individual company, but it's not something that is a long-term commitment that requires a lot of time and investment from a learner. So that they're short-term, they can be on demand. The other thing that is valuable from a workforce standpoint is that they can be created and offered on a cycle that is not in line with the traditional academic calendar that we have at the institutions. So it gives some additional flexibility. And then the other part that I think is really of interest for each of our Regent institutions is it allows us to leverage our institutional expertise and our industry relationships that we already have. So a few examples that Tanya and Patrick and I talked about where we're seeing great examples of micro-credentials are related to the field of engineering, in the broad area related to business, and then in the fields of writing and technical communication. And all of those are areas of expertise that each of our institutions have. So we're able to bring this in customizable, packaged ways to help meet those workforce needs. So next I'll transition to talk a little bit about Iowa State and some of the things we're doing. So if we can have the next slide, please. In 2023, we did an institution-wide analysis around micro-credentials. We knew that there were pockets of it that were occurring across campus, but we really wanted to get our arms around some commonality in what these micro-credentials might look like, and then also be able to focus on some brand management. If these are going to be Iowa State University micro-credentials, we want to have some way to be able to point to that quality associated with that. One of the other things that the task force did was to develop the graphic there to the right and really look at how we want to approach this in a very strategic way if we're going to be building out a set of micro-credentials that we can then promote not only to our students, but to employers in the state. One of the interesting things that the task force identified in gathering information and in talking to students was the students didn't quite understand the why of completing a micro-credential. They knew they were studying in a particular discipline, they were going to earn their degree, but helping them understand the why was really important. We heard less about that from our returning learners or our workforce, folks that are in the workforce already, but still making the case as to why completing a micro-credential is valuable is something that we're working on right now. Two of the other areas that came out of the task force's work was to ensure that anything we offer is transferable, so a student can take it with them when they leave the institution in some type of a portable way, and I'll talk about that in just a moment, and that they also are additive to the degree. The great thing about the micro-credential space is that it allows us to document skills and abilities that don't necessarily show up on a traditional transcript that's focused on the discipline. So one of the things, one of the programs that we've developed at Iowa State is the Adjourn Leaders Academy. And just to give some specific examples about what this looks like at Iowa State, let me talk just a little bit about the Adjourn Leaders Academy. It started because many of our business students are looking for ways to stand out in the highly competitive employment space. Implementing the micro-credentialing within the Adjourn Leaders Academy allows the students to better identify, articulate, and showcase their competencies that they've developed outside of the traditional coursework. And they can now share these with employers and others in a digital, verifiable, branded, Iowa State branded way. So the Academy started a number of years ago. In 2021, it was rebranded to garner more student participation and engagement. And currently, they have about 120 students who participate in this each year. It is a self-paced program, it's non-credit, and it occurs over a 2-semester period, and really is designed to help students further develop their leadership skills. They complete a total of 11 different activities or events under 5 leadership competency areas. So examples include ethics, professional development, service to the community. A micro-credential is earned upon submitting a written reflection that synthesizes their experience as it relates to one of those competencies. And each micro-credential earned represents a small incremental achievement that directly impacts the student's motivation and engagement and provides them a way to digitally validate what they've accomplished. In the end, when they complete all of this, all 5 of those micro-credentials represent a pathway towards earning the full program completion badge, again, that representation of the micro-credential. And then the students can share that out on social media platforms, and that helps elevate their employment and their candidacy value. So that's just one example of how we're doing it here at Iowa State within our Ivy College of Business. The next area I'd like to talk about is our long history at Iowa State around extension. So if we can have the next slide, please. As Iowa's land-grant university, we've been doing micro-credentials for well over 100 years. We just haven't called them that during that time frame. What I have on the slide here are a few examples of the types of micro-credentials we offer through our extension and outreach program. Many people are familiar with our Certified Crop Advisor program, as well as our financial decision-making program. Those are micro-credentials that individuals can earn. They can either further their own understanding of the discipline, or they can use it for furthering their own careers as well. The two in the middle, the medication administration skills competency and the bilingual training and education program, those are incredibly important for individuals who are working in these different fields, in that they can earn this additional competency, which then allows them, in the case of the medication administration, to be able to administer medication in daycare settings and after school or before care settings for young children. That allows them to grow within their career and be able to continue to offer those services. And in the distance ed report, which we just saw, in attachment C, that really focuses on the non-credit course registrations. And just to kind of point that out and summarize, in 2022-23, we had over 900,000 individuals registered to participate in some of these extension-based micro-credentials across a whole range of different disciplinary areas. So those are just a couple of examples of how we're doing micro-credentials at Iowa State. And now I'll turn it over to Tanya to talk about University of Iowa.
Thank you, Anne Marie. If we could go to the next slide, please. So as Anne Marie noted earlier, I'm going to focus on Iowa's online certificate programs. Iowa offers a range of online certificates at the undergraduate, graduate, and professional levels, adding value to meet students' interests as well as to meet workforce demands. Several examples of our online certificates are provided on the slide, although that's certainly not an exhaustive list. I would note that our online certificates are available as either a standalone credential or as an option as an add-on for students who are enrolled in a degree program. For undergraduates, online certificates are an option for students in an online degree program. So for example, the BLS program, as well as our on-campus students. It's really a chance for students to make the most of their time at Iowa, leveraging the flexibility of online certificates to learn more about another area of interest while increasing their skill set as they go on the job market or prepare for a graduate degree. And I would note that many of the students in our online certificates truly are our on-campus students. Now, for those considering going back to school to pursue a post-baccalaureate degree, online certificates provide a great opportunity to add to one's skill set, or if you haven't taken a class in a number of years and you're wondering how that might go, they also provide that opportunity to try it out, dip your toe in the water, so to speak, to see if pursuing an advanced degree is right for you. Could we go to the next slide, please? Now, this slide shows the specialized certificates available through the Tippie College of Business as an example of the flexibility that online certificates provide. Once again, the certificates can either be standalone or stackable, so you can really customize your educational journey. And I know that that was something that Anne-Marie mentioned as well. They also encourage lifelong learning. And I think that's something that we hope for all of our students and also for others who are out in the community. So they provide that opportunity to upskill and enhance one's knowledge base. And finally, it's important to note that certificates are developed by actively engaging with industry partners, stakeholders, and alumni to ensure alignment with the skills individuals need to meet the ever-evolving workforce demands and needs. And you'll note there on the right, we have a list of the different certificates that are available through the Tippie College of Business. Like I said, it really is a great example of being able to figure out what your path is. What are the specific things that you'd like to learn more about, that your employer needs if you're looking to switch careers or to hopefully be promoted. I really think that the flexibility that those online certificates provide for our, those who are in the workforce is really critical. So that was a very brief foray into our online certificates. When we get to the end, happy to answer any questions, but I'm now going to turn it over to Patrick.
Thank you. So University of Northern Iowa currently offers a wide range of alternative credentials at different levels to supplement the skills for our traditional students and to provide ongoing training for postgraduate professionals. Broadly speaking, micro-credentials are offered under one of four models, each with a unique focus, although there can be a lot of variation across these. You know, we have certificates that are typically in the 9 to 18 credit range. They focus on professional skills and career advancement. And these are often offered for both traditional and postgraduate students. We have 14 online endorsements, which provide additional authorizations for teaching specialties. And many of these are designed to stack toward full graduate degrees. We have professional development workshops that tend to be shorter in the 3 to 6 credit range, offered on a wide variety of topics, and those topics rotate regularly, and they provide specific and targeted skills really in a shorter time commitment. And we have micro-credential webinars, which are non-credit bearing professional development opportunities that are really offered in flexible, self-paced formats for people to upskill in a variety of different ways. The current focus on alternative credentials is to create undergraduate, post-baccalaureate, and post-master certificates or certifications specifically targeting workforce development. So these certificates can be standalone credentials to support career goals and are often stackable toward graduate degrees. An example of a growing area of stackable credentials for UNI is in our education programs for in-service teaching professionals. You can click to the next slide, please. UNI's College of Education is currently developing an interdisciplinary master's degree specifically for current educators. As the state of Iowa grapples with continued teacher shortage areas, we've been actively reviewing the Iowa teaching endorsements and the state needs to develop graduate certificates that align with key endorsement areas. While micro-credentials are frequently focused on individual endorsements, some of them shown here in the white boxes, the credentials themselves are often stackable toward advanced certifications or degrees highlighted in the purple boxes on the graphic. At the post-baccalaureate level, we currently have a range of certificates that can support the further development of, for example, special education endorsements. At the graduate level, a series of options to build toward a graduate degree exists. For example, our current Masters of Education can serve as a launch pad and a foundation for the educational specialist degree. A newer initiative is to fully embed graduate certificates in master's degrees to create a pathway for educators who may want to pursue specific endorsements to expand their teaching opportunities, but also want to work toward the completion of a master's degree over time. This can be achieved by stacking endorsement certificates into an interdisciplinary master's in education degree. So in a sense, tackling the master's degree in bite-sized chunks. Likewise, our 4+1 pathway combines the undergraduate teaching degree with graduate certificates in librarianship to stack into a combined BA/MA degree at graduation. At the advanced studies certificate level, teachers with a master's degree already in hand can continue to develop their career goals toward principalship and superintendency. We are also working to build onto our Purple Pathway for Administrators, which is a partnership we currently have with the Des Moines Public Schools. This is a unique work-based program that emphasizes on-site skill development, and the goal is to expand that program to additional school districts looking to develop their own leadership ranks. All of the education programs allow Iowa teachers to diversify their endorsement areas without the burden of earning multiple master's degrees, and to provide teachers with pathways for career opportunities while continuing to teach. For many of our rural school districts in particular, this opportunity allows them to hire or develop a utility teacher who can teach across multiple disciplines and fill long overdue shortages in key areas. if you go to the next slide. So I'll just wrap up by saying that micro-credentials will remain an evolving field for all three of our campuses, and we'll all continue to monitor workforce needs and refine the subject matter and delivery methods of these very critical programs for workforce development. We will also monitor the return on investment to ensure that we are meeting the public need in a timely and sustainable manner. With that, I thank you for your attention, and any of us would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions? Regent Barker?
Yeah, in the Iowa State presentation, there was something about training badge issuers. I was just curious, who has the authority to issue a micro-credential, and what kind of review is there of that?
Great. Thank you, Regent Barker, for that question. In the example that I gave in our College of Business, we have our team of folks in our Career Services Center in the College of Business who are the ones that are reviewing the reflections that the students are providing after they've completed the different activities. And they're the ones that are administering the badge. The badge ultimately will come out of the Ivy College of Business, but that's the operational way that it's being handled for the college.
So that's not a professor, that's a group, or is that faculty members on that group, or?
It's a combination because these are really focused on professional development and leadership development. Part of the oversight is happening through our Career Services Center in the Ivy College of Business, because they're the ones that are helping design what the program is. They're mapping it to the NACE competencies. Faculty members are involved in helping shape what the overall program is going to entail. But then the people who are actually doing the final review are our team of staff in the Career Services Office.
Okay, thanks.
Regent Reiswick?
I didn't see you. I just wanted to make a comment. This is Regent Reiswick. I've had the opportunity to come up and speak to a couple of the sales classes at Iowa State, and online and in person. And those kids are incredibly professional for their age and have real life experience. They go through these, they actually gave me a sales presentation, talked about it, and they have these competitions that they go to. They're the most enthusiastic group of students that I've seen, the most engaged, they asked really intelligent questions, stumped me a couple times. And I have to say that if any of those kids came into an interview for a sales job at our company, I'd hire them on the spot. They're coming with some really great experience right out of the gate that unfortunately employers really have to bear the cost of that for a couple of years. So they're coming out of school with some really specific skill sets that they can use right away. So I think these are wonderful programs. Just want to make that comment.
Regent Rouse?
I had a question for Iowa. The certificate options that were listed on the right hand of that slide with the specialized certificates it says for MBA students. Are those certificate options only for MBA students, or can anyone take those certificate options?
That's a great question. Thank you for asking for that clarification. You don't have to be enrolled in the MBA program. You could take it as a standalone as a non-degree seeking student, but they are, like I said, are able to stack towards the MBA degree. So thanks for asking about that, for clarifying.
Yeah, thank you. I think my perspective is, even some of my friends that maybe stayed at home for a number of years and want to brush up on or change from what their major was, 15 years ago or whatever, that those certificates I think would be a great option for some of those people that are place bound. So thank you very much for this presentation.
Absolutely. And I agree completely. They are really a great opportunity.
Regent Bates?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that get the word out, because that's the best kept secret that I've ever heard. And I'm very impressed with the programming that you're doing. Thank you.
Regent Crow?
I just wanted to make some comments as a recent graduate that I participated in these programs. I got a certificate in leadership studies, which I found myself in a lot of classes with business students. I seem to be one of the only healthcare related majors, but I thought that was a really great learning opportunity for me to see people from different specialties and work towards similar goals within our career paths. But also wanted to confirm what a presenter mentioned about how, in my experience, a lot of these students are located on campus and they're getting degrees that are on campus, but you have those opportunities for flexible curriculum. A lot of my certificate was online based, so that was nice for me to kind of embed within a lot of heavy STEM semesters. And then I'd got a kind of relaxing break to learn about a different discipline that was still interesting to me.
Thank you. I'd just like to make a comment that the early part of my career was spent in continuing education, and it's been interesting for me to watch this morph at the Regents universities. Iowa State has always been involved, as Anne Marie mentioned, through extension, and UNI and Iowa's kind of stepped in and out of different fields from time to time. But I think the fact that they're all involved in embracing this adds a lot of validity to these credentials and these badges, and I think it's a great response to the workforce, and just encourage your efforts and have been impressed by them. So thank you for your report. Regent Dunkel, did you have something?
I just second what you said because I think this has been a very important presentation and I appreciate the information.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Great report. Thank you. The last item on our agenda is an interesting one. It's a discussion about approaches to monitor and address academic integrity. And as you all know, this has been in the press lately and been part of a national discussion. And our provosts today have agreed to share their insights on this important topic with regard to academic integrity on our campuses. Do you want to proceed? I don't know who's taking the lead on this.
Regent Lindenmeyer, I can start off. Jose and Kevin and I and CAO Boone have discussed a little bit this presentation. And so what we thought we'd do is I'd make some comments and then so would my two colleagues, and then we can just open it up for a general discussion. We have no slides here since this was listed as a discussion item on the agenda. And we appreciate this opportunity to brief the board and have a conversation and make you aware of some of the policies and procedures that we have on our respective campuses. And on the topic of academic integrity, and as we understand it, there's a specific interest in research integrity, claims of research misconduct, including plagiarism in a research and publication setting. So my remarks will really be focused on that component of what we would call academic integrity. So here at Iowa State University, of course, we have a policy on academic integrity and research misconduct, which applies to students, postdocs, our faculty, and our staff on campus. And each university, the University of Iowa, University of Northern Iowa, they also have their respective policies. They may differ a little bit between schools. There definitely is some commonality, as I will be describing here, but the policies will generally reflect the individual structures of the campuses. So when we talk about research misconduct or academic integrity, there's three broad buckets that one might think about. The first would be what we would call fabrication, which would be someone who makes up data or results. The second category is what we would call falsification, which is different. It could involve manipulating equipment or processes or research materials, or changing or omitting data in such a way that the true result of the finding is not accurately being represented. And then the third bucket is what we would call plagiarism, which we all know what that is, and that's the appropriation of someone else's ideas, results, or words without giving that individual the credit for that. And so our policies, describe these in greater detail, and also lay out the responsibilities of researchers and authors on our campus, and also sets forth the process that we would follow to investigate a claim of misconduct, and also how we would adjudicate a claim of research misconduct. And so this is a very serious matter, and we all maintain policies and procedures in this regard. So let me just say a little bit about why these policies exist. Well, first and foremost is that, you know, any conduct by anyone that jeopardizes the integrity of research, you know, undermines our three universities' goals of being able to advance knowledge and serve the public in the best way. So that's the fundamental foundation there. It's also possible in some cases that research misconduct, lack of integrity in conducting research could jeopardize someone's health or safety. And so there are very good reasons to have these policies in place. And third, which you may not know, but federal regulations actually require, as a condition of a university being eligible to receive federal funding, that the universities have in place a set of quality documented processes to investigate alleged research misconduct and to take that appropriate corrective action when that is warranted. And so federal agencies specify these requirements. The Federal Office of Science and Technology has a federal research misconduct policy, as well as the Federal Public Health Services have policies on research misconduct. And so we need to make sure that our procedures, you know, roll up through there. So there's a national norm, if you will, among universities and among federal agencies that sets the framework for how things are defined, how they're investigated, and so forth. And so it's very serious, and we have to be sure to follow that. You also may not know that we have an Office of Research Ethics. You do know that we have a Vice President of Research, but within our Vice President of Research Enterprise, we have an Office of Research Ethics, and they are charged with ensuring the responsible conduct of research on our campus. We not only have policies as I've described, but we also provide tools and training and guidance to our faculty and graduate students and other researchers on campus. And so there's a training component of all of this as well. We have, for specific areas of risk, we have specialized committee structures on our campus. We have what's called the Institutional Review Board, the IRB, which reviews research to make sure that it's conducted with integrity as it involves human subjects. We have a committee on animal care and use, and that is to ensure integrity in research and the humane care and use of animals in research and teaching in compliance with regulations. We have a biosafety committee, which provides for the safe conduct of work involving biological materials and to ensure compliance with external regulations and our policies. And then the fourth major research responsible conduct of research committee we have is our Radiation Safety Committee, which, as the name would imply, helps to ensure the appropriate use of radioactive materials and devices. So it's possible that there may be an allegation of research misconduct, including plagiarism, and such allegations are handled within the office I described, the Office of Research Ethics within our Vice President of Research Office. And we actually have a designated individual who is called the Research Integrity Officer, or RIO. We are required by federal agencies to have a research integrity officer. So each campus that does federally funded research will have a specific individual who is designated as the point of contact for these issues. And as we are three very collaborative institutions, the research integrity officers of the three Regents universities meet regularly, quarterly, I believe, to collaborate and share best practices among our campuses. And so those conversations do occur. Here I've been talking about possible research misconduct and possible plagiarism, which may occur in a research setting. You could also have plagiarism that takes place in an instructional setting, in a classroom, an essay, and things of that nature. That's a separate thing because it involves instruction rather than research. And if there are allegations of a student, for instance, plagiarizing in a class, that's handled differently through our Office of Student Conduct. We have policies in our catalog, in our student handbook, relating to academic integrity and honesty of students, which include anticipation of AI. And if there are concerns that come up, that's handled through the Office of Student Conduct and the Dean of Students Office through an established process. I would also say that individuals may come forward and share concerns about academic integrity problems or research misconduct that can be shared with our research integrity officer. It can be shared on a our confidential compliance and ethics hotline. We maintain a policy that prohibits retaliation against individuals who make allegations in good faith of research misconduct, and also to prohibit retaliation against witnesses or others who may cooperate in good faith with a investigation or proceedings related to research misconduct. It's a big area that we're talking about here. Another topic is the issue of authorship. That's distinct from plagiarism or falsification or fabrication. We have a policy that helps to ensure that credit for a scholarly work, as well as responsibility for the content of the scholarly work, are appropriately assigned. Should somebody be listed in the acknowledgement section of a paper? Should they be listed as a co-author of a paper? Making sure that those who are listed as co-authors have contributed at the scale that's implied by the co-authorship and by the sequence of authors and so forth. So we have a policy on authorship. I did mention training a little bit. Our responsible conduct of research training complies with federal requirements that agencies have. The National Science Foundation, for instance, requires everyone, undergraduate student all the way up to senior personnel, working on an NSF-funded research grant to have undergone responsible and ethical conduct of research training. The National Institutes of Health and other agencies have similar requirements for institutional programs to help educate the campus community in these areas. And then finally, on a comment I would make is you may be familiar with software tools. We have available on our campus 2 software tools called Authenticate and Turnitin. These are tools that are available for researchers and instructors to help provide assurance that scholarly works like articles and theses and grants and scholarly writings and so forth, student essays, are substantially free of plagiarized text. They're not perfect. They provide what are called similarity scores. And at the end of the day, you do need to have kind of human involvement to look at the results and to be able to appropriately interpret them. So I will hand it off now to Jose and Kevin, who also have comments to make from their perspectives and campuses in this general area.
Thank you, John. And good morning again, or nearing afternoon. Apologies, I'll try to get through this as quickly as I can. Jonathan mentioned that a lot of policies, we certainly have lots of policies that address various forms of academic integrity, anywhere from student involvement to staff and to faculty. I will say that my piece is to make sure that you understand that there's a whole culture, university culture, that has to do with a generalized principle at a university setting of seeking truth. So seeking truth is what we do, and we as a community take pride in mentoring, starting from the undergraduate student all the way to the early in career faculty member, all the way to the late career faculty member, to make sure that as we go through, they understand where the bounds are. Sometimes those bounds are in gray areas. but we have lots of peer mentors that are helping students, helping faculty, and helping staff to make sure that they are, when they're getting close to that boundary, either we push them back or there are some sanctions involved. All of this, of course, is guided by our process. Each of our institutions has a process that has been well used historically to make sure that we put faculty and staff and some students in bounds. So you may be wondering, why is it that we don't hear about this more frequently? One of the big reasons, I would argue, is that we have this culture of helping students, faculty, and staff, making sure that they are getting back in bounds as opposed to going in the wrong direction. That said, there are negative consequences of failing or having gaps in academic integrity. There's numerous disadvantages, of course, of engaging in plagiarism or academic misconduct. Jonathan mentioned a few of those. Research active faculty can be barred from receiving federal funding. There are federal funding guidelines and policies that will often implement this, in addition to our own internal policies. There are penalties, some minor, some major, again, that are integrated into our policies to make sure that if there is identification of academic integrity issues, that we put faculty back in bounds to make sure that we give them the opportunity to state their case, but also making sure that we can investigate. Again, all of this is a process that's fairly well worn. The good news is that we tend to catch most of these lapses very early on, so that to make sure that faculty and students that don't fully understand what academic integrity is, you'll often find these students as freshman year. It is no different than a postdoc or a graduate student. So it's a whole trajectory in their whole career path where we try to educate these future employees about trying to get them back on the straight and narrow path for academic integrity. And of course, I'll hand it off to Kevin here that I think we'll talk a little bit about how we can do that, how we can prevent some of these major issues early on.
Thank you, Jose and John. I'm going to touch on some of the external resources we really have available at all three universities that support efforts around academic integrity. First of all, through checks that we perform when we're hiring faculty, we have access to our search firms, the checking of references on our end, also making off-list reference calls. And that usually is a valuable way to really help us know whether there are problems before maybe we hire a faculty member or a high-level administrator. It's really rare, but there are circumstances where a search firm can alert us to concerns about a candidate. And if that's the case, then we would certainly complete a very exhaustive review before we ever offered an individual a job. The other opportunity we have is to identify potential misconduct through the promotion and tenure process. If you appreciate how we send materials out to our disciplinary specific leaders external to the institution, they get a packet of publications of the people being evaluated. They're very knowledgeable and understand the content and can apprise us of any concerns, for example, plagiarism and things along those lines. Same vein, manuscripts and grant proposals that get submitted by faculty and graduate students in our case, those are undergoing peer review, a very rigorous process as well. And again, these are people expertise in the discipline. So this is a really nice check and balance that occurs in every discipline that we deal with on our three campuses. And finally, one process that the University of Iowa has recently implemented, it allows us to learn about misconduct in previous employment settings for faculty and high-level administrative hires beyond the standard background check. This is a process that we've aligned ourselves with along with some of our Big Ten colleagues, and it's really the initiation of starting to identify opportunities to eliminate the passing off of faculty from one institution to another without being able to understand maybe where there have been some challenges. In our case, we have position advertisements, and these include statements notifying potential candidates that our institution is going to be asking about any prior misconduct, should we actually extend an offer. Then the individuals being offered positions are actually asked to self-disclose any misconduct that's prior to this application. And finally, after we obtain a release from the candidate, previous employers are then asked about any founded complaints of misconduct, including ongoing research misconduct investigations. And so with this process, which has gone through our shared governance entities and is now in our operations manual, our policy manual, we're able to identify any previous misconduct, or if there's a failure to disclose any founded misconduct complaints, then there may be the result of us being able to rescind that offer or actually terminate the position if it's already started. So that's a relatively new check and balance system for us, but it's an opportunity to really get at some of the challenges that we might face when individuals get passed off without that ability to really dig deep into their backgrounds. And with that, I'm sure all three of us are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Regent Barker.
Sure. Well, thank you for that discussion. You know, I deal with some of these issues as an editor of an academic journal, and I appreciated John's classification of these things into plagiarism, falsification, and fabrication. I just add a couple more. You know, one is what's known as P hacking, right? Where the idea is that a finding is often accepted as valid if there's less than a 1 in 20 chance of it just coming from random chance. So if you just run your research or run your analysis 20 times, you're likely to find a statistically significant result. And that's a form of fraud and a big problem in academic research. And there are ways to combat that. One is a pre-registration, where you can pre-register your research plan beforehand to show that that won't happen. I think it would be great if we train our faculty, encourage our faculty to do that. Another that John started on authorship is the problem of paper mills, which is a growing and fairly recent problem that there are groups that now produce papers and sell them to professors to submit and put on their resumes. They also sell co-authorship. So it's particularly a problem with special issues of journals with 20 different authors. You write a check and you can become one of those authors. And there are groups out there monitoring that sort of thing. There's pubpeer.com, Retraction Watch, and areas that we can watch to make sure that we're not having problems. And the peer review process, as Kevin mentioned, is great and can be rigorous. But I think more and more people are coming to believe that there are problems with the peer review process, and a lot of fraudulent papers get through that process, unfortunately. There have been the number of papers retracted has been skyrocketing lately, and so it's very much a growing problem. But thank you for the presentation.
Any other questions or comments? Thanks for your presentation. We really appreciate your efforts in maintaining the academic integrity of our institutions. That concludes, is there any other business to come before the Academic Affairs Committee? Hearing none, we'll bring this committee meeting to a close. Thank you.
Okay, I think right now we're going to go ahead and break for lunch and do the next piece after lunch. So if we want to come back about 12:40 or 12:45. Okay, all right.
Affairs to order. We'll begin with the approval of the minutes from the November 15th meeting. Are there any changes to be made? Hearing none, these minutes are approved by general consent. The next item of business is the presentation of the Student Financial Aid Report. Jason Pontius with the board office will share the report with the committee and introduce our presenters.
Good afternoon. You have my report in front of you, but as you've likely heard, there have been a number of changes and some controversies related to student financial aid and kind of that whole landscape nationally. So toward that end, I've asked the financial aid directors to discuss some of these issues and try to answer any of your questions. And I'm happy to answer any questions regarding my report after the presentation today. So for today's presentation, I'd like to introduce our directors, Chad Olson from Iowa State University, Brenda Bazinski from the University of Iowa, and Tim Bakula from the University of Northern Iowa. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Chad Olson. I'm the Director of Student Financial Aid at Iowa State University. Could you please advance the first slide? Thank you. We'd like to highlight while federal student aid resources have declined beginning in 2017, 2018, with the elimination of the federal Perkins Loan program and continuing with diminished support in federal work study and federal supplemental educational opportunity grant programs, the Regents institutions have increased their own support for student aid. As of the 2022-23 school year, you can see, as demonstrated by the blue federal line and the orange institutional line, that these streams have practically intersected at $303.5 million and $303.4 million respectively. Undergraduates receive 67% of all Regents University student financial aid. And in 22-23, 41% of the Regents undergraduate financial aid came from the federal government, another 41% from the Regents institutions, 18% from private organizations, and 1% from the state of Iowa. Undergraduates use 64% of the $362.3 million in federal loans taken out by Regents University students in 22-23. And undergraduates also use 79% of the available institutional grants and scholarships and 37% of institutional employment. Can we advance the next slide, please? As we move on to this slide, we can see the commitment each institution has made to increasing institutional financial aid to our students. This is a combination of aid made through our financial aid offices, academic colleges, and university foundations. 82% of undergraduate institutional aid takes the form of grants or scholarships. The universities remain the single largest source of all scholarships and grants available to undergraduates, with institutional grants and scholarships awarded to undergraduates increasing 41% from last year. And now I will pass it to my colleague, Brenda Brzezinski.
Good afternoon. You can advance to the next slide, please. What I want to highlight here is the fact that there are also a high percentage of students who graduate without debt. The universities, of course, all strive to meet students' need for financial aid, but I think what's important here is to illustrate that not all residents graduate with debt. In fact, 38 to 48% of our graduates from the state of Iowa graduate with no debt at all. So while we all strive to meet students' need for financial aid, we also strive to keep their debt loads at a reasonable amount that is suitable for what the students' needs are. And from that point, I think I'll go ahead and pass it on to Tim Bakula.
Thank you, Brenda. Advance next slide, please. One of the things that we'll talk about for the remainder of our time, more than likely during the presentation, would be kind of where we're at in terms of FAFSA completion and FAFSA simplification, given this year as compared to prior years. As you know, through various news outlets, FAFSA simplification has caused some snags for families as well as the offices that work with those students and families. And what we'd like to illustrate here on this page is what students would typically see in a current year as well as then what they're now seeing and experiencing in the 24-25 cycle for financial aid. I'll start with the typical year, going back to the October 1 date where the FAFSA generally opens for students and families to complete. The FAFSA opening on October 1st has been in effect since the 2017-18 FAFSA, so it's something that families are very familiar with now and accustomed to. What that also does by opening the FAFSA early is allows students and families the ability to apply, as well as then in the yellow box towards the top, offices of financial aid, the ability to set up and test, receive ICERs, which are also known as institutional student information records. We'll just call them FAFSA results, receiving those in around November of that same year. Just this last cycle, leading into the fall of 2023, last November, we had received up to 2,400 ICERs at the University of Northern Iowa, with Iowa and Iowa State receiving plenty more. We can then send corrections and receive corrected FAFSA results from November through February, which is when we generally instigate the financial aid offer season. So awards would begin in a typical year about this time. Last year, as I looked back, mid-February is sort of where all of the Regent universities landed in terms of getting their first financial aid offers out to students. So that 3-year window from November to February, you'll see how that's evaporated when we get into the bottom FAFSA simplification timeline. I'll just note at the very top on a typical year, your admissions deadline decision or admissions decision deadline would be May 1st. Moving forward to where we are in our current state, most of you have probably heard and seen through various media outlets that the FAFSA has been delayed several months now, from October 1st, where it's typically available, all the way up through not even opening for families to complete until December 30th or 31st, depending on how fortunate some people were to get in and complete the FAFSA at those times. I myself am a parent of a high school senior. I attempted to log in on January 1st and was met with outages that basically informed me that the FAFSA would only be open for several hours a day. And that lasted for potentially up to the first week of January, with wider spanses of time being available as the month of January wore on. From about the middle of January all the way up until current state, the FAFSA has been available on a 24/7 basis for families to submit, with very brief outages for updates that may need to occur. But given that, you can see the loss of time that families have experienced in terms of the ability to complete the FAFSA. Some of the nuanced information that isn't included on the slide itself are the delays that the Department of Education has had to endure while making updates to methodology, even as recently as the end of January, when certain things impacting the student aid index or the FAFSA result were updated and changed for the benefit of students largely. So that takes us to present day, where we are currently waiting for actual FAFSA results from students. The messaging out of the Department of Education indicates that the first half of March is when all colleges nationwide would be receiving their first batch of institutional student information records or FAFSA results there. While we're in that waiting period, 11 records have been generated by the Department of Education for schools to test, to run through your student information systems, to test how your awarding cycle would work. Those types of things have been in the works. However, when you're looking at the thousands of students that will be awarded by us eventually, having only 11 to test does create its own set of issues there. Given that, we're all hopeful that the first half of March will lead us to having ICERs available to us, which would then allow us to begin awarding financial aid around the middle of April, more than likely. As you can see, it presents from a family's perspective a much more condensed timeline to make decisions on which colleges to attend, especially for those students that were waiting on awards to ensure that the school they were selecting was accessible and affordable for them from a financial standpoint. The same 5-1 admissions decision deadline exists now, and that's one of the next bullet points that we'll talk about on the next slide here. If you'd advance, please. Thank you. Some considerations that all schools are looking at, and we'll speak maybe directly to our institutions as well as the state system, is that condensed timeline, which is disproportionately impacting some of our neediest students. Our first generation students, our low income students, they are the ones that are really left in kind of the dark in knowing what will I have available to me to attend UNI, Iowa, or Iowa State University. Very little is known about institutional grant aid that will be available to them, as none of the 3 of our universities have any FAFSA results to go off of to provide them any type of insight. One area that they do have some information on is scholarships that they would have received based on their admission to each of our universities. So aside from that touch point, there really isn't a lot of data available on the types of financial aid that they will qualify for, which is a big change from what we've seen in the past. Just as recently as this morning, I was talking to a representative from the Iowa College Access Network, and he was just expressing some of the confusion that they're receiving in terms of questions from families, even wondering, do I qualify for loans, or what type of loans do I qualify for when doing the FAFSA? So while there is great information on all of our websites to provide that specificity that families are looking for, that at this point is still lacking. So I'll kick it over to, I believe, Chad to talk about our next bullet.
Thank you, Tim. So at this point, there are many unknowns about how and when FAFSAs will be transmitted. According to federal student aid officials, processing will begin sometime in mid-March. FAFSA results will be sent in batches being distributed on a student, not an institutional basis. So what that means is if a student selected 10 schools to receive their FAFSA, all 10 institutions will receive the student's FAFSA at that time. We have been told that for the electronic FAFSAs will be processed in a first in, first out timeline. In early February, federal student aid shared that it will take weeks for all FAFSAs to be processed, but would not indicate how institutions will know when all FAFSAs are received. The department did share that they would probably let us know around 80%, very vague statistics at this time, that they would notify us that we have received 80% of the FAFSAs that were assigned to our institution. As Tim mentioned, it's so essential and so urgent that we know when we have all of our FAFSAs so we can begin the process of equally awarding aid to students who are so eager to have aid offers in order to make their college decisions. Students who had to file a paper FAFSA will not have their FAFSAs processed until after all electronic submissions are processed. All of the delays have caused a lot of confusion among students and their families. We have all been proactive in outreaching to our students with updates and will continue to do so to help alleviate the confusion. The main issue with the lack of communication is from federal student aid, with students and families in the dark if their FAFSA has even been received, what its status is, and what the process looks like going forward. Now, federal student aid has stated that they will start emailing students once the FAFSAs are processed in mid-March, and students will know that their FAFSAs are processed before institutions receive them. So at this point, I will turn it over to Brenda.
So to continue the conversation, as you can tell, this entire process has been evolving from day one with the magnitude of changes that FSA has had to put in place. They've had limited time for testing. And bottom line, what's happening is that schools, we at the universities basically are ending up being their testers. We are testing for them if systems are working, if these ICERs will roll in, if they're set up correctly, what's going to transpire. This has been a very unusual year, very unique, with the magnitude of changes, both not only to the federal methodology, but also to the federal Pell Grant formula as to who's going to qualify for a Pell Grant. I think the key here is there's been uncertainty for everyone, not only students, parents, schools, even vendors who put together these systems that process the ICERs for some schools. We have our own system here at the University of Iowa. We are having to plan and program for the unknown. We've had very little concise information, and there's been changes to just about everything midstream. In fact, yesterday, they announced another change to the actual formula. So this is very much evolving, subject to change. And as Tim indicated, looking back to last year where we were at this time, in the best interest of students, we do normally have packages out in mid-February. We had over 25,000 financial aid offers completed by February 9th last year. This year, we have 0. We had over 35,000 ICERs at this time last year. This year, I have 0. So I hope you can see and understand this entire compressed time frame. We're working with a lot of unknowns. We, I think, are all hopeful we will receive those ICERs as they provide us very ambiguous timelines. They're very known for saying things like first half of March, last part of February. And we really hope that we do receive these 100 test ICERs by this Friday. So we can continue to test and plan for what lies ahead. I think you should also know and understand this has been a significant amount of work and preparation by all schools to prepare for this change, not only from the communication standpoint, but from a technological perspective. We are implementing so many IT changes because everything is changing, from the form to the formulas, to the data we receive, to everything we have to work with. So it's a magnitude of change requiring everyone to implement this in order to prepare for these ICERs, which we still to this day do not have a specific date, but rather the term first part of March. So on that note, I think any of us would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that update and working through challenging at best situation. For my clarification, so when you fill out FAFSA, do you indicate as like the parent which schools you want that information to go to?
Yes, so when you fill out the FAFSA, the entire process for that changed this year also. You do it all online, or at least that's a preferred method. There is still a paper FAFSA, but everyone who has to participate in the completion of this form is now a contributor. So everyone has a role. So for example, if my son fills it out, he is a contributor, and yes, he lists the colleges he wishes to receive the results, which is now expanded, and you can list at least up to 10 schools at no cost. And then as a parent, I'm a contributor also to the form, and both of us have to have FSA IDs. We both have to go online and complete the form and submit and provide consent for the IRS to release our federal tax information from 2022 in order to populate it on the FAFSA form. If any contributor does not provide consent, the FAFSA is not processed, it is rejected, and the student it's going to be a while before that student actually receives a financial aid offer.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Regent Barker?
I'm just wondering, what's the worst case scenario that you're worried about? Would it be reduced enrollment this fall? And how much do you think the impact could be?
I'll comment, and then I'd like Tim and Chad to weigh in also. To me, I think this is the worst case scenario is a much larger picture than just students filling out a form and receiving financial aid. To me, the worst case scenario is we may see students who normally would be going to college be disenchanted and frustrated with filling out a form to apply for financial aid that they desperately need and decide to defer their plans to go to college. I am very confident that at the University of Iowa, enrollment is robust, strong, our applications are excellent. I think our enrollment situation will be fine. However, I think of it from the larger perspective of what does this mean across the nation with students going to college? Are we going to see a decline in students enrolling in school? The other side of the coin is from a smaller perspective, the worst case scenario is, of course, we have late financial aid offers, which we already know will be 10 weeks behind. Best case scenario. Worst case scenario, we don't know. We don't know when we're going to receive these ICERs. Maybe we receive them in May and we do offers the end of May and June. We do not know, but I'll defer to Tim and Chad.
I would kind of echo what Brenda says in terms of a worst case scenario would be for a student to essentially opt out from looking at attending higher education, whether it's here or at a community college or a private school. Just feeling like there isn't an option for them that they can afford because they don't know what their options are. There's a lot of data that's come out over the last couple of weeks about how far FAFSA completion rates or submission rates, I guess, at this point are lagging. And there's a lot of consternation about it and discussion about, well, why and what does that really mean? As Brenda points out, when we're looking at other metrics at all three of our institutions, we are still seeing some very encouraging numbers with orientation signups, with housing contracts, with things that are indicating that students are still considering, I'll say, our university as well as I'm sure the other two as well. So FAFSA is one piece of that, but it's often been a measure that many people point back to and probably rightfully so to determine whether or not a student is actually looking at financial aid options while they're making those decisions. So just to see someone who's either confused or put off by the possibility of not having information about their financial aid is probably a worst case scenario. I'm still very hopeful that we'll get these FAFSAs in March as indicated, hopefully, and can turn them around in April and allow families to make those decisions still. But any further delay would even, have the potential to impact. What I'll also say for our admissions counterparts that are in the room, all three of us have been doing a great job in terms of communicating the expectations for families of what things should be. Chad mentioned what federal student aid has done, and I think all three universities have also done that out of their admissions and or financial aid areas to make sure families know where they're at and have at least some confidence that this will be taken care of in a timely manner. Chad?
Thank you, Tim. And I certainly agree with what has been shared by my colleagues. And I also think we should not forget about the students already enrolled at our institution, who may be some of our neediest students, and the lack of getting the FAFSA done could certainly prove to be a bigger access issue that, again, discourages them. And, maybe they've been here for a year or two, but with the FAFSA delays, they're not seeing the ability to pay for their tuition for future years. And we don't want to lose those students who have already put in a year or two into their their higher education programs.
Regent Lindenmeyer.
I have a two-part question. Do you see this as a transitory year and this timeline will not be a permanent one, hopefully? And then do you see the changes that have been made to the formula as a positive thing?
I would say we are hopeful that, yes, this is just a 1-year blip in the timeline that it's been altered. We are all hopeful, and they are promising that next year we will receive ICERs in a much more timely fashion and even receive them in the fall. So we're optimistic that this is just a 1-year situation. As far as a change in the formula, there will be winners and there will be losers. There's going to be students that receive a Pell Grant that never did before, and that's due to the change in the formula. There's also going to be students that lose out and who maybe received a Pell Grant in the past, but now no longer do. And that is due to the two major changes in the formula, one being that multiple siblings in college are no longer considered in the formula. So a family with 3 in college is treated as if they have 1 in college. There are also changes in reporting farm and business net worth. They now have to be included, and in the past they were not. So FSA and the Department of Education will echo the sentiments that many more students will receive a Pell Grant. And that probably will be true, that there will be more students. There will be those who have an increase in their aid offer, but we will also see students have a negative drastic change. So there's a little bit of both. I think that the formula will be revised and tweaked as we go forward into future years. And as the political climate in DC changes, I think we will see some changes. But Tim and Chad.
I think another net positive, long-term for the FAFSA simplification changes are just that word simplification. We have had plenty of families, although it's not widely reported, come in or comment to us that that's it, I'm done. And it's literally taking them 10 minutes to complete because of the direct data exchange from the IRS to the Department of Education. Now, there were definitely some issues with probably implementation of that at a federal level this first go around. But I think as they learn and hopefully get back on track with the cycle, as Brenda mentioned, those changes will allow families to apply in a much more simplified format. So.
And I do have concerns with this transition year, because this is the time of year that federal student aid starts gearing up for the next year's FAFSA and launching it successfully by October 1st. And they're having such difficulty getting 24 or 25 out the gate. It's hard to remain positive that we'll have an October 1st launch this year. And, in terms of reviewing the changes, as Brenda suggested, I think we'll have to see a couple years of submission to gather the data that Congress needs to take legislative action in order to make any corrections to the federal formula. So I'm hopeful that 25, 26 goes smoother, but there is some concern the further we get into spring, because this is the time of year they start making those revisions and running them by the financial aid community.
Are there any other questions? Regent Crow.
Hi, I have a question about the 4th slide of this presentation with the average debt for Iowa resident undergraduates. I was wondering if we have comparable data for non-resident undergraduates who graduated with debt, and if we can compare those numbers versus the percentage of residents or non-residents who borrow and what those debt amounts are.
Sure. That information is provided in the overall report. When you see if I can find the exact page.
It's on page 7.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Jason. So there is the comparative information there. I can speak to quickly as far as at the University of Iowa, non-resident students do graduate. Those who do graduate with debt graduate with more debt, more loan debt than our resident students. However, we have a slightly higher percentage of our resident students that take out loans versus our non-resident population as far as federal student loans. So while our residents may graduate with average debt in the 27,000 category, our non-residents are more likely to graduate in the 38,000 loan debt category. Of course, that varies from student to student, year to year, and so on.
Page 7 of the unmet need, page 9 has the debt for the graduates.
Are there any other questions? Hearing none. Well, thank you, Chad, Brenda, and Tim for your presentation. Is there any other business to come before our committee? Hearing none, we'll adjourn and plan for April 24th at Iowa State for our next committee meeting. Thank you.
Sounds like a mess. Welcome to the meeting of the Governance Evaluation and Human Resources Committee. This meeting is called to order. Our first agenda item is approval of the November 15, 2023 Governance Evaluation Human Resources Committee meeting minutes. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, the minutes are approved by general consent. Item number 2 is the consent agenda. Our second agenda item is the consent agenda containing the reports. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, the committee will recommend approval by general consent. Number 3, Associate Counsel Kristen Bauer Davis will present on our third agenda item, University of Northern Iowa Faculty Recruitment Program.
Good afternoon, everyone. What we've got here is a faculty recruitment program for the University of Northern Iowa. They're asking for approval for this faculty tuition reimbursement program. And it's in an effort to recruit and retain top talent at UNI. They want to use it to support the growth of the faculty into terminal degrees that are respective to that field to serve the UNI students at an undergraduate and graduate level. There's a huge attachment A, that kind of gives you all the specifics, the eligibility, the implementation and such, but it's really targeted at getting talent to support some of these terminal degrees. They use an example of construction management. They have a hard time attracting and keeping someone in construction management because they don't continue on to do those terminal degrees. So this would allow them to get a job with them, and they would assist them in getting that terminal degree. So take any questions.
Are there any comments officially? Okay. The committee will recommend approval by general consent. Policy manual revisions. This will be Board Counsel Amy Clays will present on our fourth agenda item, the policy manual revisions.
Great. There are 2 policy manual revision items before the board today. The first proposed revisions addresses board policy sections governing the Iowa School for the Deaf and the Iowa Braille and Sight Saving School. As you'll recall, effective July 1, 2023, governance over the special schools was transferred from the Board of Regents to the Iowa Department of Education, rendering these policy manual provisions obsolete. Similarly, we're requesting that policy manual provisions related to Iowa Public Radio be rescinded as obsolete. As you'll recall, we transferred ownership of the radio station assets to IPR as a separate 501c3 in June of 2022. The next set of policy manual revisions relate to the DEI directives that were adopted by the Board of Regents in November. The board office proposes revising Regent Policy Manual to implement directives 4A and 4B, 5, 7, and 10. I'd be happy to answer questions about either docket memo.
Is there any further business to come? Well, we recommend approval by general consent. Is there any other business to come before this board, this committee? The Governance Evaluation and Human Resources Committee is now adjourned. No.
All right, well, this is the Investment and Finance Committee call to order. First item is the minutes of the November 15th committee meeting. Any questions or edits on the minutes? Hearing none, we'll consider them approved by general consent. Next item is the Investment and Cash Management Report for the quarter ended December 31st, 2023. And recognize the Marquette. Oh, there you are. Great. Okay. Sorry.
And Dave is on the, yeah, I know.
Okay. Well, thanks. Go ahead.
Perfect. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'll have to ask you to think back to the end of last year because we have 12/31 data in here. But if you recall, closing out the calendar year, there was a huge rally in the equity markets, a big rally in the fixed income markets to end the year on a really positive note. As we go through this, we'll kind of update you as to where we think things are right now. But if you move to page 3, the first thing we've been looking at as of late has been inflation. Obviously, there's a lot of focus on that. And you look at the chart here, this is showing PCE, which is the Fed's preferred inflation measure. You can clearly see the trend downwards. And the data that came out towards the end of last year really got the market optimistic around when the Fed might potentially cut rates. So you saw a very large rally in the equity markets. You saw rates across the yield curve drop pretty significantly. So the latter end of the quarter and the fourth quarter of the calendar year turned out to be an extraordinarily strong year. Since then, you've seen some inflation numbers surprise to the upside. And I think the takeaway for the inflation data is to not judge each individual data point, but look at the trend over a longer period of time. The Fed, the Treasury, the Secretary is pretty confident that inflation is still trending downwards. The Fed's expecting inflation to get to about 2.4% towards the end of the year. So the takeaway here is inflation is trending downwards, which is definitely a positive from a market standpoint. The next page looks at the labor market. If you look on the left-hand side of this page, this is looking at job openings. And if you recall, sort of at the peak of some of the concerns around the health of the labor market, there were over 2 job openings to every 1 unemployed person out there. So there's a pretty large imbalance in the labor market. You can see that that's trending down now. So the labor market is becoming a little bit more healthy. And then on the right-hand side of this page, we show both the month-to-month job ads in the economy and then also the unemployment rate. The unemployment rate's the line on that chart. You can see basically since 2022, we've been at sub 4% unemployment. It's the longest stretch of sub 4% unemployment we've had in many decades. You can also see that the month-to-month job ads are slowing. So back in 2021, you can see, some points there where you saw 700,000 jobs added per month. That's certainly come down since then. The data that we saw towards the end of the year, again, provided a little bit of an optimism from a lot of market participants that the Fed was going to be cutting rates this year. If you look at the next page, this looks at what the Fed said they were going to do in December. Basically, the way to look at this on the left, you've got the Fed funds rate. That's taken by the Fed's dot plot. And if you look at the median expectations, the Fed had said about 3 rate cuts. That's what they said at the end of last year. At the same point in time, they were saying 3 rate cuts. The market was saying 6 rate cuts. So there's obviously a disconnect between the two. The market was a lot more optimistic around many cuts and when they were going to happen versus what the Fed said. The key takeaway as of right now is that those 2 numbers are aligning much better. The market is getting much more attuned to what the Fed has said. The data points that have come out so far this year have been stronger to the upside, meaning that the Fed likely won't cut rates when the market originally anticipated. So these numbers are much more in line now, which is certainly a positive. The following page looks at what those expectations were. This was as of the beginning of January. And again, the market was thinking 6 rate cuts. We're thinking Fed funds rate closer to 4%. So there's that disconnect. If you look at what this looks like now, again, it's much more aligned with what the Fed was saying. As of now, the chance of the first rate cut is really coming in June. So there's about an 80% odds of a rate cut in the June Fed meeting. The other thing, just the takeaway here on the next page, is that when you look at what the market is thinking, interest rates are notoriously difficult to try to predict. Even the Fed has a very hard time doing it. The Fed, this chart just shows the Fed funds projections. The market has consistently thought rate cuts were 6 months away for the last year plus. And those haven't come to fruition. This time the market seems to think that this will probably happen, and the Fed has sort of indicated that. But I think the takeaway here is, again, when you're looking at the data and hearing what the market is projecting, take it with a grain of salt because it's notoriously difficult to do.
Not just difficult, but impossible.
Yeah,
It's not that they're bad or dumb, right? It's that it's inherently impossible to predict. Right?
It is. And the Fed has control over the short-term rate. They are the ones that change that. And if you look at their predictions, they're very, very wrong. So it just gives you a sense of how difficult it is to do. Page 8 just looks at the yield curve. The takeaway here, if you look at the green line versus the blue line across most of this page, you don't see much difference. That really masks a lot of the volatility in the treasury markets you saw during the year. The 10-year treasury got as high as 5%. It dropped below 3.3%. There was a lot of volatility throughout the year, only to end up roughly where we started the year, except for the short-term rates. In that dramatic drop that we saw over the last 2 months of the year is really the one thing that saved the fixed income markets for another negative year. We've seen 2 negative years prior to this. We're almost on pace for the 3rd negative year. I'll turn it over to Dave just to comment on fixed income.
Thank you, Doug. Good afternoon, everybody. And clearly we sent our very best to the physical meeting and I stayed home. On slide 9, one more slide, please. This is an illustration of the Bloomberg Aggregate Bond Index every year dating back to the inception of the index. And basically what we take away from this chart is in almost every year, we see positive performance from investment grade fixed income, return of principal, which aligns very well with our operating portfolios, relatively low risk, but in an environment where we have rising interest rates that puts downward pressure on bonds, and negative calendar year returns for an investment grade fixed income index is very unusual. 2 years is incredibly unusual, and we've never encountered 3 consecutive negative calendar years from the Bloomberg Aggregate Bond Index, which we did avoid this year. But the dark orange lines illustrates the performance in 2021 and 2022, followed by positive performance in 2023. And in all likelihood, back to a higher rate level and with more attractive yields, we are back in firmer footing with investment grade fixed income, which is currently projected to return somewhere in the neighborhood of, say, 5%. On an annualized basis over the next 10 years. So very well aligned with what we're trying to accomplish in the operating portfolios. As we turn our attention to equities on the following page, and as Doug mentioned, this was a fantastic year for public equity markets, but much of that return was driven by a very concentrated pool of securities or stocks that we refer to as the Magnificent Seven. And the names of those stocks are profiled at the bottom: Amazon, Alphabet, Apple, Meta, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Tesla, and NVIDIA in particular. So we see a very concentrated index, the most concentrated that this index has been dating back to the early 70s. And I think we inevitably compare this return to the comments and quotes from then Chairman Greenspan 25 years ago. Is this an environment of irrational exuberance? And the analysis suggests that it is not. These are names that are cash flow positive, that are producing sales expansion, strong revenue growth, margin expansion, and very much unlike the environment that we experienced with similar levels of concentration in the late 90s and early 2000s. So while we do see some concentrated returns, these are very large companies with very attractive products that have grown significantly through margin expansion and revenue expansion over the last year or so. And even when we take a more expansive view of public equities across the globe on the next slide, most countries experienced positive return. And in fact, this year, in February, we have seen 3 major indices eclipse all-time highs. The S&P 500 eclipsed 5,000 for the first time, outpacing its record performance dating back to the end of 2021. The Euro Stoxx 600 has eclipsed its best return dating back to January 1st of 2022. And the Nikkei 225, the Japanese bellwether index, eclipsed its high last set in 1989. So we have seen significant traction in equity markets. Japanese equity in particular seems to have responded well to governance initiatives activist initiatives, where the Tokyo Exchange has threatened to delist companies that are trading below book value, where households are experiencing some tax incentive to invest more in equities, and Japanese pension programs are encouraged to invest more in equities. All of that has had a resounding impact on equity markets worldwide, which of course benefits the portfolios as they all hold global equity. Now we turn our attention to real estate on the following slide 12, please. This is a diversified strategy that invests across public equity markets, fixed income, real estate, and private equity. And in 2022, in an environment where public markets deteriorated across both equities and fixed income, real estate was the only positive returning asset class. But as we tend to see, markets tend to be mean reverting, and in an environment where equities have performed well, that dark line at the top has recovered significantly, rebounding by 20% or more. The NCREIF Odyssey, the green line, which is the bellwether real estate benchmark, has experienced a downturn. This is what we would expect to see. This is what we have seen in previous markets. The global financial crisis, we experienced a strong rebound in equity markets, and real estate experienced a downturn. These are markets that experience fewer transactions, more infrequent transactions, but at some point we would expect some healthy level of recovery in real estate markets. It's just a slower process. And then finally, private equity. Private equity is one of the larger asset classes across the endowment's best position for long-term capital growth. And one of the key takeaways on the following slide 13, please, is vintage year diversification and the disparity that exists between strong and poor performing public or private equity managers. And generally speaking, that dot in the middle represents outperformance compared to a public market equivalent of the Russell 3000. So having exposure to a private equity asset class is very important for long-term growth, but more importantly, having exposure to outperforming managers or top quartile managers leads to excessive amounts of outperformance. And that's what we aspire to achieve within the private equity portfolio. So on the next performance slide, slide 14, just to recap performance, a very good year for public equity markets, almost across the board, with the exception of core real estate. But when we look, if we were to look at this same exact slide this time a year ago, almost every single asset class profiled here was in negative territory, and real estate was the only positive performing asset class, underscoring the risks and benefits of diversified portfolio. So core real estate protected in 2022, but was a detractor in 2023. We're happy to field any questions about market environment before we turn our attention to the portfolios under our care.
Does anyone? All right. No, go ahead.
Thank you, Regent Barker. So the operating portfolio, we'll start with the operating portfolios on the following. I think it's slide 16, please. Thank you. Higher allocations to fixed income and liquidity. These are operating portfolios, and the intent is to protect the assets to fund operations without a significant amount of drawdown. So higher allocations to fixed income, higher allocations to liquidity in an environment where we did see a huge rally in public markets on the following slide, please. That led to a very good year of absolute and relative performance. Over the trailing 1 year, the performance or the portfolio returned 7.1%. In over a 10-year period, in line with the benchmark, returning just under 3%.
And Dave, if I could just make my usual point that quarterly return, if you annualize it, I mean, just remember that that's just a quarter. And so the last quarter was really spectacular, right? So, correct.
That's exactly right. Thank you, Regent Barker. And that trend has continued. 2024 is off on very strong footing. We've seen very attractive returns through the middle part of February across most publicly traded equity indices. The Iowa State University portfolio on slide 18, again, very similar allocation. There may be some very modest differences in the actual allocation as a result of cash flows, but the policy allocations are identical. Slightly higher allocation to fixed income, slightly lower allocation to liquidity, and generally in line with all benchmark allocations or policy allocations in between. And that's also led to a very positive performance experience on 19. Nearly identical, 7.1% for the year versus 6.9% for the benchmark, and just under 3% over the trailing 10-year period. And then finally, on 20 and 21, the University of Iowa Diversified Intermediate Portfolio, we have a slightly higher return expectation, which means a lower allocation to liquidity, higher allocations to public markets like U.S. equity, non-U.S. equity, and global or managed volatility. And that's also been met with very attractive return for the year on slide 21, please. Returning 8.7%, and that increased return compared to the operating portfolios is largely attributable to slightly higher allocations to public equity. And over a 10-year period, we see performance that's in line with longer-term expectations, slightly higher allocation to equities, slightly higher return as a result, returning just under 4%, aligned with the benchmark. Doug, back to you.
Page 2022 is the endowment, and we start with the University of Iowa. The usual caveat on this page, the private markets portfolios for both of the endowments are basically on a lag from a valuation standpoint. That's how private assets are valued. So when you look at this, performance is always preliminary. And in market environments where we have a really strong upmarket, having 29% or 35% of your portfolio not valued certainly makes the performance lower than what it'll eventually be. So just take that into account when you're looking at the pages here. In terms of the University of Iowa asset allocation, the same deviations relative to policy targets, overweight to private markets with an underweight across the other asset classes, more pronounced in the real estate portfolio. This will generally align itself over time. We are in the process in 2024 of updating the commitment model for private equity, which will help address some of the deviations from policy here. Overall, if you turn to the next slide, just for performance purposes, higher allocations to risk assets, private markets have performed quite well over the past decade plus, leading to much higher returns here. Again, very strong quarter, and the typical caveat that about 30+% of the portfolio is not valued as of this point. And then the following page is the Iowa State Endowment. You'll see more pronounced deviations here in the private market side with 35% of the private markets. A lot of the deviations on this page are due to cash flows, which we are working out over time. But again, over time, you should see these numbers come back in alignment with the policy. And then the performance on the next page, you'll see more of a deviation relative to the University of Iowa for the more recent time periods. Again, a lot of those due to the higher allocations to private markets and the higher allocation to real estate and some of the deviations on the public market side. But over the long term, performance is very similar across the board. And again, over 9% over the last 5 years and close to 8% over the last 10 years. Any questions on performance on any of the pools? That's all we have for today.
Well, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And anything else for the investment committee from anyone? Then we're adjourned.
Meeting of the Iowa Board of Regents for February 28th, 2024 will come to order. I will begin by calling the roll. Regent Dunkel? I see her. She's here. Regent
Here.
Barker?
Here.
Regent Crow?
Here.
Regent Rouse?
Here.
Regent Richards?
Here.
Regent Lindemeyer?
Here.
Regent Kramer?
Here.
Regent Reiswick?
Here.
Regent Bates is present. We have a quorum and the meeting can proceed. At this time, I will turn it over to Executive Director Mark Braun.
Board of Regents will now accept nominations for the office of President of the Board for a term to commence immediately and expire April 30th, 2024. Are there any nominations? Regent Richards.
Director Brown, thank you. I worked with Regent Bates for several years on a very close basis. I believe that she'll be an excellent person to be president of the Board of Regents. I put her name in nomination.
Are there any other nominations? We will now move to close nominations. All those in favor of closing nominations, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nominations are now closed. The Board of Regents will now take action on the nomination of Regent Bates for the office of president for a term to commence immediately and expire April 30th, 2024. We'll have a roll call vote. Regent Crowe,
Yes.
Regent Rouse,
Yes.
Regent Kramer,
Yes.
Regent Richards,
Yes.
Regent Dunkel,
Yes.
Regent Reiswick,
Yes.
Regent Barker,
Yes.
Regent Lindenmeyer,
Yes.
Regent Bates.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Congratulations.
Thank you to each of you for the honor of being your president. I look forward to working with all of you in the coming months. Thank you. With the election of the president, there is now a vacancy in the office of the president pro tem. The Board of Regents will now accept nominations for the office of president pro tem for a term to commence immediately and expire April 30th, 2024. Are there any nominations? Regent Reiswick.
Yes, thank you, President Bates. I'd like to nominate Greta Rouse. I've spent a couple years with her as well, and I think she's well suited for the role and likes to do this for all the right reasons, I believe. So I'd like to nominate Greta Rouse for President Pro Tem.
Are there any other nominations for President Pro Tem? We will now move to close nominations. All those in favor of closing nominations, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Nominations are now closed. The Board of Regents will now take action on the nomination of Regent Rouse for the office of President Pro Tem for a term to commence immediately and expire April 30th, 2024. Regent Crowe.
Yes.
Regent Rouse.
Yes.
Regent Kramer.
Yes.
Regent Richards.
Yes.
Regent Dunkel.
Yes.
Regent Reiswick.
Yes.
Regent Barker.
Yes.
Regent Lindenmeyer.
Yes.
Regent Bates votes yes. The motion is approved. Congratulations. Thank you. Turn the page. At this time, I will turn it over to Regent Dunkel, who will run the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting.
Thank you. The first item for the Audit and Compliance Committee is the minutes of the November 15th, 2023 Audit and Compliance Committee meeting. Are there any questions or corrections? You should have each received those in your board packet. Okay, then the committee will approve the minutes by general consent. And now I'll recognize Dan Korlowski of KPMG to present the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics audit report.
Great, thank you, Regent Dunkel. Everybody can hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So we completed our audit this year, June 30. Our audit was completed October 31st. We issued unqualified opinions on the financial statements for UIHC. We also evaluated the internal controls of the organization. We found no deficiencies in internal control, albeit we do not issue a controls opinion, but we do a deep dive over the key areas and journal entries and their estimates and found, again, no deficiencies in controls. We had no corrected or uncorrected misstatements this year. So the preliminary numbers were the numbers that we ultimately published. The significant accounting policies are in the financial statements. They're listed. There were no new significant accounting policies for June 30, 2023. I mentioned significant estimates. We have large estimates that are made by management associated with their estimate of the collectability of receivables. And then ultimately with the state Medicaid program, what the amount of receivable that the state is going to owe us as of June 30. We go through the assumptions, we go through the practices, the policies, we test the underlying data. We had no problems at all with the estimates associated with those two areas. Excellent cooperation with management. We start early, we talk often. Mark and his team do a great job and, a very clean audit. So I'll open it up for questions.
Does anyone have any questions? I want to thank you, Dan, for your work for doing this, and also mention that we did have a conversation ahead of this today's meeting just to review anything that might have come up. And there wasn't any other facts to talk about, so all good and clean. Does anyone have any questions? All right, thanks, Dan. Thanks for
Great,
coming
thank you.
today and for sharing good news with us.
All right, take care.
Bye. And next, I'd like to tell you, first of all, that Chad Sharp will take over the rest of the meeting here, but he has accepted the Chief Audit Executive position as of the beginning of the year. He was our Assistant Director of Internal Audit and then took over when Deb Johnston retired at the end of the year. So congratulations, Chad. And I'll let you present the internal audit reports that have been issued.
Thank you, Regent Dunkel, and good afternoon, everyone. At the University of Iowa, we performed an audit of the Department of Ophthalmology and Visual Sciences, and we recommended that management resolve an outstanding deficit on a grant that was completed several years ago. We recommended that they update or create procedural documentation for their key departmental processes, including their cash handling policy. They have, I think, 3 staff members that support their IT environment within the department, and they currently do not track their IT service requests. So we recommended that they document and track these IT service requests, and then over time to use that information for process improvements. And we recommended that they monitor and follow up when necessary on staff compliance requirements to ensure that staff are completing those in a timely manner. The other audit at the University of Iowa that I will highlight here is IIHR, Hydroscience and Engineering. This is a department within the College of Engineering, and it's primarily supported by external grants and contracts, and has a presence in multiple buildings, both on and off campus. And we recommended that management work with the Department of Public Safety to expand the use of electronic locks on the exterior doors of their buildings, to install video cameras in the higher risk areas around their facilities, and then to regularly review their physical access, both the physical keys and their electronic access, just to ensure that is properly restricted to those only with a business need. We recommended that they migrate away from an internally developed system known as PRISM to other institutional systems, because staff turnover has resulted in the reduced knowledge of PRISM within the department. And they currently use PRISM for tracking their physical keys and what keys they've handed to what employees. They use it to track their IT inventory, to confirm staff are approved for driving university vehicles, and tracking staff effort on the projects that they're working on. We also recommended that they use ITS computer management reports to ensure the department computers are properly secured and inventoried, that their IT staff obtain access to vulnerability scan reports, which are run by our security office on a regular basis, regularly review those reports, and then remediate any of the identified vulnerabilities, that they document a department disaster recovery plan and properly segregate cash handling duties and ensure staff take the required cash handling training. At Iowa State, we completed an audit of the College of Engineering, and we recommended that they work with departmental staff throughout the college to resolve identified vulnerabilities on a recent scan of the collegiate servers. They involve IT staff in the purchasing process for IT equipment, and that they review their general ledger accounts specifically for course fee accounts to ensure that there's only one general ledger account per course fee. And then that they electronically track equipment usage at their microelectronics research center so that they can have a more efficient billing process, because people come in, use that equipment, and they bill out for the usage of that equipment. And finally, there's 2 audits, follow-up audits that are listed as more than 6 months past due in your docket items. And 2 of those have been closed since the docket deadline. They are the Clery Act at Iowa State and the Office of Equal Opportunity and Diversity at the University of Iowa. And so I'll pause there and ask if there's any questions on the reports. And then I have a couple administrative items that I can touch on.
All right, any questions? Okay, go ahead, Chad.
Okay, so the Institute of Internal Auditors just released new global internal audit standards in January to replace the ones that have been in place since 2017. They become effective next January. So between now and next January, we will be going through those standards in relation to where we're at and how we do our audits and have our office structured, and making any necessary adjustments as we identify them. And I'll certainly keep you posted as we progress through this next year on that topic. And then the last item I have is the North Liberty Hospital construction project at the University of Iowa. Baker Tilly continues to monitor the payment applications, and there's been no material findings.
Very good. Good information. Is there any other business to come before this committee? Hearing none, I'd like to make a motion that the Audit and Compliance Committee recommend that the board receive the following items. First of all, the University of Iowa Hospital and Clinics audit report, and then the internal audit reports that have been issued. Do I have a second?
Second, Regent Kramer.
Thank you, Regent Kramer, for that second. The Audit and Compliance Committee is now adjourned.
Thank you, Regent Dunkel, and thank you, Chad, for presenting. Now we'll go ahead with the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Committee. I call that open. Our first item is approval of the minutes from the November 16th, 2023 meeting. Are there any questions or corrections? If not, the minutes are approved by general consent. And now I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Denise Jamison, Vice President for Medical Affairs and Tyrone D. Arts Dean, Carver College of Medicine. Go ahead, Dr. Jamison.
Thank you very much. May I get the slides pulled up? Thank you. So next slide. In the brief time we have, this is the agenda we're going to cover. Next slide, please. I'd like to take this opportunity to just make a few opening comments. First, I'd like to comment on our new downtown campus, formerly known as Mercy. So as many of you know, the transition from Mercy, Iowa City to University of Iowa occurred on January 31st. Our new name is the University of Iowa Healthcare Medical Center Downtown Campus. And this really represents an extraordinary lift by our dedicated team of professionals. We transitioned operations and staffing coverage for the hospital, the main office building, and 10 offsite clinics, and we welcomed 1,000 new employees into our workforce. The go live week went very well with minimal issues and no disruption to patient care. We had a successful and enjoyable day one celebration with greeters at the front doors and swags and sunshine carts that handed out items. We had a therapy dog, we had the spirit squad, and the star of the day was Herky. The staff and providers were extremely positive and the teams were collaborative. We had an incident command structure in place for the first part of the week. For now, our approach is that we're maintaining existing medical services at our downtown campus. And then we're going to be focusing on really stabilizing operations, beginning critical infrastructure repairs, implementing EPIC, our electronic medical record, and we'll be conducting a comprehensive review on the best way to operate coordinated care across what will now be 3 campuses when North Liberty comes online. We will seek input from community stakeholders. And as we look towards the future, we also need to consider larger questions for how we're going to organize our health system overall in our mission to ensure access to healthcare for Iowans. And we look forward to engaging the board in this work in the weeks and months ahead, and we welcome your input. I'll leave that update there, and Mr. Hawes will be providing some more detailed information later in this presentation. I also wanted to highlight the dance marathon, which is a huge event here, student-led event here.
They celebrated their 30th anniversary this year at the beginning of February. They raised $1.4 million, and these donations from the event go to research, family support, and projects at the UI Stead Family Children's Hospital. This student organization has been on campus since 1994 and raised over $34 million in partnership with the Children's Miracle Network. And I got the opportunity to attend the opening, and I was incredibly impressed by the energy and dedication of the students. And it's really moving to see the families with children who are current or former patients and their active participation. So I just wanted to express appreciation to the students for their extraordinary support of our pediatric patients and their families. Third thing I'd like to touch upon is exciting technology development. So Dr. Stephen Mickelson, who is an assistant professor in the Carver College of Medicine here, he is a cardiac electrophysiologist. This is a doctor who identifies and treats irregular heart rhythms. And he developed a device that uses electrical signals to ablate abnormal cardiac cells in order to treat atrial fibrillation, which is the most common heart arrhythmia. He founded Farapulse in 2012, a company that was then acquired by Boston Scientific in 2021, and the device just recently received FDA approval. And last week, our electrophysiology division here became the first in the state to begin using this newly approved device. And I just wanted to share a short quote from Dr. Mickelson about the development of this technology. He said, UIHC's commitment to fostering innovation sets a benchmark for institutions worldwide. It made a tremendous difference for me personally, and now for millions of patients. So I think this is a really nice example of how the research that we're conducting here and the technology that we're developing directly impacts clinical care for our patients here in Iowa. So I'm now going to move on to the main presentation, and I'm pleased to be joined today by our new Chief Executive Officer, who most of you know, Mr. Brad Hawes, who we were delighted to recruit back to Iowa. And as many of you know, he served as the Chief Financial Officer for UIHC from 2018 to 2021. He's been in the role a few months now, and he jumped back in like he never missed a day. So he's off to a great start. We're also joined today by Associate Vice President for Finance and Chief Financial Officer for UIHC, Mark Henricks. Next slide. That's great. So at our last meeting, we told you about OBGYN services and how we care for pregnant patients across the state, often with complex conditions. And today I want to tell you more about the amazing care that we provide after a baby is born, specifically with our neonatal intensive care unit, or NICU services. This should also help provide some additional context for the board review of the permission to proceed with planning for a NICU expansion. So neonatology is the field of medicine and babies born with complex medical and surgical conditions. And many of these babies are admitted to our neonatal intensive care unit, or NICU. And these babies who are born with complex needs need complex care. So we have teams of professionals, cardiologists, pulmonologists, neurologists, surgeons, nurses, respiratory therapists, nutritionists, social workers, pharmacists, lab techs, who work together as a comprehensive team to provide this very specialized care. And on the right, you see the baby's gestational age at birth who are taken care of in the NICU. And you can see in the dark gray, babies born at 26 to 32 weeks. These are considered very premature. Many of these babies are very small, not fully developed. To give you an example, babies born in this time period, generally their eyes are closed. Their eyelids are not yet open. They may have no fingernails, no toenails, no eyelashes. So they're small, fragile babies. And then the smaller piece in yellow, Those are the babies who are born extremely premature, so less than 26 weeks. Next slide. So on the left, this shows our average daily census, and you see it's been going up over time. And the occupancy in our NICU runs about 85 to 90%, which is high. And on the right, you can see the number of weeks that babies spend in the NICU. As I said before, these babies are really fragile. So for example, they may not have much body fat, so they can't keep warm. Their lungs are not fully developed, so they need help breathing. Their bowels may be damaged, which can affect feeding. They're very prone to bleeding in their brain. So it's very important that they have very high intensive care for the first weeks and months of their lives. Next slide. So our NICU serves babies born to parents from across Iowa, and this map represents the county of origin for all the babies that our NICU has served over the last 5 years. And you can see slightly less than 20% of the babies had parents from Johnson County, and 94% of our patients are from Iowa. Next slide. And so this slide is really remarkable, and it shows how UIHC has consistently been a national leader in survival of these extremely premature infants. So on the left, throughout the graph, you see the yellow bars are the survival rates here at UIHC, and the black bars are all infants born nationally. So if you look at the 22 babies born at 22 weeks all the way on the left, you can see our survival is about 60%. Nationally, it's about 11%. And I'll come back to this at the end of the presentation because I'm actually going to share a story of a baby that was born at 22 weeks and taken care of here. I also want to comment that I'm an obstetrician and I practiced in a very high risk hospital for 26 years in the southeastern United States. And when I came here, I had never seen in 26 years of practice a baby survive at 22 weeks, and I was stunned. So I think it's really a testament to the care that has been developed and that's delivered here. Next slide. So how does the team do this? I'm going to talk about 3 different pieces that are important. The first piece is the neonatal transport team. This is the team that goes out to the births, stabilizes the babies, and brings them back here to UIHC. The second piece is neonatal hemodynamics, and these are advanced diagnostic tools to diagnose these problems. And I'm going to show you a short video about that. And then the third piece is once these problems are diagnosed, how are these babies taken care of? And we have developed specialized teams for that. Next slide. So the first piece is this transport team. So this mobile team with professionals goes out and ideally attends the birth at the outside hospital. They do an assessment, and their goal is to stabilize the baby so we can get the baby here to UIHC. And this is difficult. They have to, a lot of times these babies need to be intubated. They need to have IVs placed in these teeny tiny veins. They coordinate consultation with our specialists here. They do things such as therapeutic hypothermia, which is basically cooling the baby to help prevent adverse neurologic outcomes. And then the baby is transported by either ground or air. And this is really important because every minute matters and every detail counts when you're taking care of these teeny babies. And on the right, you see 655 transports to the NICU by this specialized transport team over the last 5 years. Next slide. This is the second piece. Hopefully we can get it to work. This is a video of the neonatal hemodynamics. I don't hear any sound. I think it needs to be unmuted.
Jamison, we're
So I apologize. I'm not sure if you could hear the audio or not, but at least gives you a sense of what this care looks like. And this neonatal hemodynamics is the standard of care in our hospital. And we have the first formal neonatal hemodynamics program in the nation. And we know that the use of this technology can significantly improve outcomes and survival. So the team just recently published in a peer-reviewed journal the experience of those babies born less than 27 weeks, so very premature, and use of hemodynamics, if conducted within the first 24 hours, decreases the risk of severe brain bleeds or death by 50%. So it cuts the risk in half. And we have an internationally recognized reputation in this hemodynamics. And in the video, you could see Dr. Patrick McNamara, who helps lead this effort and has developed much of this technique. Next slide. So UIHC excels not only at innovative clinical care in this area, but also training the next generation. So we have a neonatal hemodynamics fellowship. It's the first and only dedicated program like this in the US. It is a 1-year additional fellowship year after their neonatology fellowship. And the first trainee began in 2019. In addition to training our own, doctors from across the country are also increasingly recognizing the value of this and seeking ways to learn from our expertise. So we have external faculty fellows who come to learn. We have external observers who come to learn. And as I mentioned, the team is publishing their experience and presenting their experience nationally and internationally. Next slide. So once hemodynamics identifies a problem, then the care, we have developed care, specialized care to treat it. And these two teams are the only teams of its sort in Iowa. So on the left-hand side, you have the neonatal and infant lung rehab team that helps with pulmonary lung issues. And on the right-hand side, we have neonatal neurocritical care team who treats neurologic abnormalities. And then it's important to note that the impact of the NICU doesn't end once the baby goes home from the hospital. So once the baby goes home, our specialized follow-up care continues to monitor these babies for up to 2 years of life. Next slide. So I wanted to end this segment by just telling a story. So on the left is one of our patients, Colson Richardson. And Colson was born at 22 weeks. So in that group I said that was all the way on the left hand of that earlier slide. He was 1 pound, 5 ounces. And if you remember, a full-term pregnancy is 40 weeks, and he was born at 22 weeks. It's a little over halfway through, so very early. His eyes were shut, his skin was translucent, and his mother, Jacqueline, told us, quote, "It was incredible and scary at the same time." The second picture from the left is the first time Colson opened his eyes. And the third picture from the left is the first time that his mom held him. He spent 7 months in our NICU, and even after going home from the hospital, he required constant oxygen support for almost 2 years. At 2.5, Colson has learned to walk. He's got ongoing speech therapy and continues care with us. And I just wanted to read a quote from his mother. She said, quote, "He is such an incredible little boy with the most joyous personality. He loves hard work and is always curious and grinning. While it was difficult to manage all the specialty appointments, they are starting to get spread out. He is doing incredibly well and has no major concerns." And then you can see him as smiling as a proud Hawkeye on the right. And so given the survival rate across the country of 11%, the fact that Colson is thriving is really a testament to the dedication and hard work of our incredible teams here. So just want to thank them. Next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hawes now to report more detail on the downtown campus.
Dr. Jamison, before we go on, I just wanted to let you know, we did hear the video. We had.
Oh, great.
So,
Terrific.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Jamison. It's hard to follow a story like the one that she just presented, but what a poignant reminder of why we do the things that we do, and feel incredibly proud to be part of a team that can do those great things. I'm just going to take a minute to elaborate on the remarks that Dr. Jamison made to kick off this meeting. So you can see on the slide there 3 bullet points that I think she referenced. I won't read them back to you. The third bullet point, I think, is one that's really important to us, that together, capitalizing on the incredible spirit and loyalty and abilities at the downtown campus, together with what we do already, we believe that we'll have a coordinated system of care that will allow us to serve more Iowans across not only our community, but the entire state. What's not listed on this slide is, in addition to onboarding these folks that will be employees of UI Healthcare, there are more than 300 other providers in the community that will continue to practice at the downtown campus. And our commitment to maintain that open medical staff is a key tenet in the integration that we have with them. And so we're very proud of that. I wanted to give you an update in really 3 general areas regarding the downtown campus. The first area being governance. So the board of the hospital there has now sunset its role, and several of the members there capably served for years and years. We're very indebted to their service. As a term of the bankruptcy hearing, we've now invited 6 community members to serve on a new advisory committee, and we're scheduling the first meeting of that group in the upcoming weeks. We've had our first integration with our clinical staff committee, where we review clinical appointments and privileging and quality. We've added 3 members from the downtown campus to our already existing clinical staff committee. And that first meeting went really well. We appointed several folks to the medical staff there at the hospital, and looking forward to more collaboration. The other new committee that we've created, which is a little bit different than what we have in our normal operations here, is to provide access to those 300 non-employed community providers so that they can also have a voice with the senior management team at UI Healthcare, and that we're understanding what their needs and perspectives are as we continue to integrate. And so we've made invitations there, and we'll be scheduling that first meeting as well. And I will meet with them personally on a regular basis so we understand what their perspectives are. So that's the governance area. Dr. Jameson briefly mentioned this, but the next area would be strategy. We have kicked off a coordinated process to field ideas and requests and suggestions around what services should be provided on that campus. The first round of those we've asked to be submitted by by March 8th. And so that will include requests not only from our existing UI campus, but the downtown campus as well. And as Dr. Jameson said, we want to integrate with the community and other requests so that we are satisfying those needs as well. As part of that strategic assessment, we've commissioned a facility and equipment assessment to look at the condition of what they have there on the downtown campus and how that integrates with our existing structure. We have had some issues with some mundane things like leaky roofs. We've had clinical teams go over and comment on the different equipment that's available there, and we want to be able to integrate those kind of things. And so that's underway. We actually had a meeting this morning where we were asking, why does it take so long to do such a facility assessment? But it gets into things like backup generator power, and it gets into, size and scope of rooms and many, many details that will also integrate back to the services that we want to put there. And which ones do we want to invest in? Which ones would we actually co-locate on the academic main campus? And which ones would we move there? All have an impact on the facility, including the clinics. And so that's underway. As Dr. Jameson mentioned, probably the biggest part of strategy is that we're bringing up the Epic medical record. It's an enormous lift by our team and the downtown campus team. The go live date for Epic is projected to be May 4th. And there's a lot of effort to go into the training, to the workflows, and all of the integration that needs to happen with other data feeds, other equipment feeds. But it will really enhance our ability to deliver coordinated care rather than segmented care that's not on systems that don't talk to each other. So it's such a big lift that actually some of the downtown team have basically said, we're really looking forward to integrating with you, but in the short term, we have to be kind of all hands on deck for Epic. And so that will be a big lift by our team. And as a reminder, I think we had mentioned to you before, when we talked with the teams as we were preparing for integration, probably the item that got the most accolades was the fact that we were putting in Epic. And so we're thrilled to be able to do that on a short-term basis. Then the third category that I wanted to mention is really down into operations. Volumes, kind of writ large, have stayed consistent with where they were prior to our integration. There's a couple areas where volumes have actually increased, so the patients per day have gone up slightly. But we feel good about the fact that we did not see a reduction in the services being provided, and we hope to grow those services over time as we move forward. We've run into a couple of hiccups. Last week, they have 2 CT machines on the downtown campus. On Friday of last week, both CTs were down and non-functioning because of the age of some of those. The benefit of being an integrated system is that while they went on divert for some services, we were able to absorb those here on the main campus. In the same vein, but going the other direction, On one day last week, we were full in terms of our capacity to deliver new babies. And we were able to redirect prior to mothers showing up here, the services over to that campus so that mothers that were scheduled for an induction or a C-section were able to keep that date. They didn't have to reschedule time away or family in town. And we were able to use our integrated team, OB teams, to deliver those services now in a combined service. So the ability to move patients or in a coordinated fashion, I think is a real win for the community as we go forward. So some hiccups as we go forward, not that we did not expect that there would be some, but also some very positive things. And so all in all, I think that we're still in the first month of operation, but thrilled with the developments that we've had thus far in the first few days. Happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions so far? Okay, hearing none, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll give a brief update on financial performance. A lot of these are similar to the trajectory we've talked about at recent board meetings. If we go to the next slide, you can see kind of high-level highlights. And starting with key volumes, I'll start with surgery. So you can see surgeries has been very strong this year, 2.2% above budget, over 4% higher than last year. Clinic visits are also pretty close to budget. If we focus in a little bit, I just wanted to focus in on the inpatient activity. You can see inpatient activity is up year over year and up above budget as far as discharges, but we have slightly lower patient days. And so one of the factors playing into that is the next few metrics that we talk about on this, on this schedule. And they're both linked to the fact that for each inpatient case, there's a diagnostic related group assigned. And with that, it carries basically an average weight or acuity. It also carries average or expected length of stay for that diagnostic related group. And so we can use that to benchmark in a number of ways. And so part of what we're seeing with the patient days being lower is kind of split halfway between half of it due to the acuity decrease we're seeing and half of it due to length of stay. So the acuity overall, current acuity case mix index is 2.38. And that's about a 3% reduction year over year. So as you have a lower acuity rate, that oftentimes then is going to relate to kind of a lower length of stay. And so that's a reduction in patient days. I do want to give a little context to while our acuity is down 3% year over year, if we look at our 5-year trend, it's up 13%. So we're still in the long-term trend going up in acuity. But that drop in acuity this year is part of the reason we're seeing lower patient days. The other half is basically engagement around what we call internally better teamwork, better care initiative that looks at what is the expected length of stay by those diagnostic related groups and how are we performing on an actual length of stay purpose. So the change we've seen from that program on the adult side, you can see 0.97 is the index. And so that's saying it's actually lower than what we'd see for an expected length of stay nationally. Peds is about right on. Those changes have been pretty dramatic year over year. We've seen a 3% reduction in adult, about a 1% reduction in peds as far as our actual versus the expected. So improvement of 3% and 1%. And what better teamwork, better care, part of what it does is it looks at making sure that our teams and patients are geolocalized so that they're grouped together where those inpatient units and care teams have the appropriate mix of staff, social work, pharmacy, that makes the process of discharge and the overall process of the inpatient care more efficient. So very happy to see that trajectory throughout the year so far. The only other thing I would kind of point out on this, salary expenses, 2.9% below budget. A lot of that is still due to vacancy being a little bit higher than historical norms. So recruitment and retention is going to continue to be a key theme. If we go to the next slide with the actual financials, I'll just point out, if you go into the gray section, overall year to date, without directed payments, the operating loss is about 7.4 million or negative 0.6, a little bit better than budget. The year-long budget is basically break even without directed payments. And I would expect that we would make that, but the first half of the year has a little less volume seasonally adjusted than typically we have in the second half of the year. A couple points of interest here. I'd say the first row, net patient revenue, you can see actual 1.2 billion is basically right on budget. So in general, the mix of services and the volumes have been kind of what we projected in the budget. A couple of points I'd make on the operating expenses, like I mentioned, the salaries and wages with that vacancy level is a little bit under budget. And then general expenses is over budget, but that's being driven to a good extent by the surgical activity and the implants and other costs that would go with that increased surgical volume. If we go to the last slide, I would just, this shows the key metrics, and these change slowly over time, but we report out basically what we would have reported the last board meeting with the November year to date, and then the December. And in each case is the trajectory, the key metrics have gotten a little bit better. So 9.9% margin overall for December versus November. Days cash has come up a little bit, and debt to cap has come down a little bit. All comparing favorably to Moody's median still for the year. So happy to, that's a quick kind of overall financial update, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for the team? Regent Crow?
Hi, just have a couple questions about those under budget salary expenses. And then I was wondering first, where are some of those holes being present? Do you notice, is it more nursing staff, patient care techs, doctors, or where are those holes right now?
So it's definitely in some of the nursing areas. Some areas like OR and whatnot have higher agency levels. Some of the tech areas, I don't know, Brad, if you want to comment at all as well on those.
Yeah, it's actually across all employee classes. And so we have several openings, both on the downtown campus, which would not be reflected in the financials Mark said, but just to make sure that the board is aware. And we have many openings on the main campus. And so we're working actively to strategically look at recruitment and retention and all of those things. The gap fill that happens in many of those situations is the use of agency nursing, which, as you all would recognize, is very expensive and probably not as good from a quality and coordination perspective as we go forward. And so while the financial impact of lower salaries, lower than budget, would seem good, I don't think in this case it's probably long-term something that we would feel good about as we go forward.
Yeah, and I can comment as someone who works there almost every day in a week. I see these staffing shortages, and I recognize a lot of my coworkers are very stressed at the elevated patient percentages that they're taking care of. And a lot of what I hear from them is a request to have more retention bonuses, that a lot of them don't seem to see that embedded in their pay plans, that nurses who have been here decades aren't necessarily having any more incentive to stay here than to fill holes in other healthcare systems. So I was wondering, have we done retention strategies like that in the past, or is that something we can explore moving forward?
Yeah, so I'm probably not the best person to comment on what we've done historically. There are a number of pay practices that you would find in the industry, whether those are signing bonuses, retention bonuses, loan forgiveness, tuition assistance, and those kinds of things. We are exploring all of those vehicles. We have to coordinate, obviously, with the board office and the collective bargaining units that apply in each situation. My personal thought is that those things like signing bonuses or one-time retention bonuses have some value, but because they're limited by the date, we often find that people have a signing bonus and then they move, or they get a retention bonus, and as soon as the time's up, they would look to go in other ways. So I think there are other strategies that we would look to that have longer term benefits as we try to recruit and retain the appropriate levels of staffing. Where I would say we are currently, and over the holidays, we were short some staffing, and that was really an intense time for our staff. And the ability to kind of stabilize that environment and then proceed forward with the retention efforts as where I think we are currently. In February, I think our staffing levels and some of the stress on the units abated a little bit, but we are still using more agency nursing than we have in the budget. And so that is clearly an area of focus that we'll have in the next few months of the fiscal year and as we move into next year's budget as well.
Are there, oh, was that all? Are there any other questions? Regent Barker?
Do you have an explanation for the drop in acuity?
So we're seeing the acuity drop mostly on the medical side. I think some of it is, some of it's still kind of dropping off from the last elements of COVID, the more extreme cases we saw on the medical side. But that's mostly where we're seeing the drop off. We're seeing also surgical cases as we see more increased surgical volume. There's a variety of acuity levels there, so that's affecting it as well. But we did kind of hit, in the past 2 years, we've kind of hit an extreme that's quite out of the norm. Like I said, we still see the longer term trajectory. We're double digits plus percentage acuity higher than what we were back in 19.
So you expect that to continue, or do you think this is a sign of that plateauing?
I expect it to continue, but at maybe a little bit slower rate. So now that's normalized back to, again, a little bit normal rate. I want to put this in context. When we're saying our acuity is 2.38, within the system, the national average is a little bit over 1. So we definitely take care of a high tertiary population. But I think it'll stabilize a little bit. It'll continue to, I think, go upward, but not at the rate we saw in the past couple of years.
Yeah.
Some of it just depends upon service mix, and that there's a number of things that can impact that.
Yeah, if I might add a couple comments there, what you often see in a COVID environment or post-COVID environment are a lot of maybe ventilators and tracheotomies, and those drive really high acuity scores. As COVID gets less and less prevalent or less and less acute, nationwide you would see a reduction in the acuity coming from those diagnosis groups, and so we're consistent with that. I think what the board can also expect over time is that as we maybe put some of the more community-like services in the downtown campus, that will create capacity for the high acuity things to come on the main campus. And so the aggregated system acuity measure, I actually think might stabilize or drop a little bit. But if you looked at what will happen on the main campus, I think we will then have capacity to treat sicker and sicker patients. As you would have recalled from, I think, many conversations, we're still turning away a lot of transfers on a regular basis. And those are really sick patients that really need care that only we can provide. As we free up capacity to treat those patients, I think on the main campus, you'll see an increase, but in aggregate, we might see a little bit of a plateau or even a decrease because of the change in the mix of our services.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any other questions? Thank you for the presentation and the report very much. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, the committee will receive the UIHC presentation and the committee is adjourned. Right now, we'll take a 10-minute break and report back. Board Office for a report on the result of today's bids. Brad will provide the actual amount of the bond sales for you to read in the blank. Oh. Am I not supposed to read that?
No.
Just recognize Brad.
Brad.
Okay, I'm new at this. Go ahead, Brad.
Thank you, President Bates. This morning, we opened bids for a bond issue on behalf of Iowa State University Facilities Corporation. Elizabeth Bergman from Baker Tilly is connected via Zoom to present the results of that bid opening. Elizabeth?
Hi, thank you, Brad, and good afternoon, Madam President and Board. We had another successful bond sale today for 12.28 million of Iowa State University Facilities Corporation revenue bonds. These were to support athletics facilities, specifically the Sheeman improvements. We had a great result in that we got a true interest cost of 5.12%. That compares quite favorably to what we were expecting when we structured the bonds back at the end of 2023, which was approximately 6%. So we were about 90 basis points lower than what we had thought going in, which translated into almost $100,000 less of debt service annually. The bonds, the winning bidder was Raymond James, and the second highest bidder was Robert Baird with 5.17. So you can see there's, pretty close results there. Excuse me. And is also as part of the process, always a pleasure to report on the rating outcomes for the university. Iowa State University was affirmed at their AA2 from S&P and Moody's, with noted of a stable operating performance with healthy liquidity and reserves. I thought a couple of the things that they pointed out were something that would be interesting to the board, which was a strong brand and a strong value proposition from ISU, as well as its role as a major research university. So those are all strengths that were recognized to support the AA2. With that, I'm happy to take questions, but I want to extend my congratulations. Heather Paris and Bonnie Whalen, this was their first time through the rating process and did a really awesome job, and first time through the bond process. So a really successful process there, as well as always a very strong team with Brad Berg and the folks at Allers and Cooney Bond Council. So really good results, and happy to report and happy to answer questions.
Are there any questions? A motion and a second are required to approve a resolution authorizing and approving the issuance of $12,280,000 ISU Facilities Corporation Revenue Bond Series 2024 for the purpose of financing a portion of renovating the Sheeman Building and paying for cost of in issuance, providing for the payment thereof, and directing the issuer to issue said bonds. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Regent Richards, is there a second?
Second.
Regent Rouse. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote. Regent Kramer,
Yes.
Regent Dunkel,
Yes.
Regent Crow,
Yes.
Regent Richards,
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer,
Yes.
Regent Ryswick,
Yes.
Regent Barker,
Yes.
Regent Rouse,
Yes.
Regent Bates votes yes. The motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Are there items board members would like to remove from the consent agenda for a separate vote? A motion and a second are required to approve and receive items on the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Regent Barker. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Regent Ryswick. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote. Regent Ryswick,
Yes.
Regent Dunkel,
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer,
Yes.
Regent Barker,
Yes.
Regent Rouse,
Yes.
Regent Crow,
Yes.
Regent Kramer,
Yes.
Regent Richards,
Yes.
Regent Bates votes yes. The motion is approved. Pardon? Okay. Let me recognize Board Chief Business Officer Brad Berg, who will present the annual Residence System Governance Report.
Thank you again, President Bates. The report today before you includes 5-year plans, preliminary budgets for fiscal year 25, as well as the proposed rates for that same year. I will add that no action is required of you today. We will bring budgets back to you this summer along with the other university budgets. And we will also bring the proposed rates back for you to consider approval at the April meeting. Each of our residence systems continue to operate in very competitive environments, and they are responsible for all of their operating and their capital needs. They currently house 19,500 students, so roughly the size of the city of Carroll, I would guess, but and they also maintain over 7 million square feet of facilities. So we do have the system directors present to briefly comment on each of their residence systems, and I'd like to start with Vaughn Stange from the University of Iowa. Vaughn?
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about the University of Iowa housing and dining system. Last month, I celebrated 20 years in my role at the University of Iowa, and I'm proud of what we've accomplished and I'm excited about the opportunities we have in front of us. We began this year at 98% of our planned capacity for the year, with over 94% of the first-year class living on campus. Along with that, we've also seen an increasing number of students wanting to return to live in the halls. We have our residence hall students participate in a nationally benchmarked student satisfaction survey. This year's data shows the highest levels of satisfaction in our services, staffing, dining, and learning in the past decade. In that survey, over 94% of the respondents would recommend living in campus housing to our new students. We'll use that data to look at ways to improve the residential experience for our students through programmatic efforts and facility upgrades. However, those improvements do come with some challenges. We have made gains in staffing over the past year, though we continue to be short-staffed in critical areas, often due to our salaries for skilled trades not being competitive with the local and regional market. Labor costs, material costs, and supply chain issues have increased our construction costs. A bathroom conversion from community to single user in our halls 10 years ago cost $6 million. 5 years ago, it was $8 million. Today, it will cost $14 million. 7 of our 11 residence halls are between 55 and 70 years old, and 2 more are over 85 years old. Our dining operations were renovated 20 to 25 years ago, and although we've done a great job of updating our residence halls, the current funding that we can afford to put toward reinvestment in our housing and dining facilities isn't enough to keep up with the contemporary needs of the older buildings. Meanwhile, personnel, utilities, and food costs, which are the 3 main drivers of our rates, continue to see inflationary increases. In spite of these challenges, I continue to be optimistic about the future of housing and dining, both operationally and staff-wise. By now, you've probably heard that we are operating Mayflower Hall for another year. We're equally supportive and enthusiastic about continuing to operate the building. Throughout the academic year, we have told our students that we would be limiting the number of returners to the residence halls in hopes that we would see fewer students applying to return to the halls. However, when February 1st came around, we had over 1,500 current residence hall students wanting to return and a growing waiting list. Along with a strong application pool for prospective students admitted to the university for the fall of 2024, it led us to the decision to operate Mayflower for another year. Since that time, we've received positive feedback from the students, and returning students have already assigned themselves to 205 beds in that building. This will allow us to have enough capacity to house all new and returning students who wish to live in the residence halls. We're currently working on upgrades and partnerships to improve the residential experience of both first-year and returning students in Mayflower and our other residence halls. So to close, we don't take lightly our request for a 4.9% rate increase to you. We strive to keep our student room and meal plan rates low, and we work diligently to balance the operational and reinvestment costs. We presented this information to our student advisory group, who noted this increase was appropriate given the information that we were able to provide to them. And I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have. Thank you.
would you prefer we hold
Why
questions?
don't we
till-
go through all
Okay.
of them and then we'll have questions.
Next, I'd like to welcome Michael Harwood from the Iowa State University Department of Residence. Michael?
Hey, thank you, Brad. Good afternoon, President Bates and members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity joining today. At Iowa State, our occupancy numbers have returned to pre-pandemic levels. In fall 2023, we housed just over 10,000 students, which placed us at 96% of planned capacity. We housed 91% of the first-year class, and we have seen an increase in the number of students returning to live on campus for their second, third, and fourth years. To accommodate this increased demand, we reopened Wilson Hall as double occupancy rooms. I will echo what Vaughn's challenges are regarding remaining competitive in difficult labor market and being short-staffed. An additional hurdle that we are facing at Iowa State is our facilities. 17 of our 20 residence halls are between 53 and 110 years old, and several have deferred maintenance needs that we must address. Operating expenditures, including personnel, utilities, and food costs, have increased each year, reducing our margins and ultimately reducing funds available for reinvestment in our housing and dining facilities. To ensure we can offer students a great place to live and dine here at Iowa State, we must evaluate the implementation of higher rate increases to help navigate rising expenses and market competition. As we plan for the future facility reinvestments, under market rates for Department of Residence and ISU dining are no longer sustainable. With that, we respectfully propose a 6.5% increase in room rates and a 5% increase in meal plan rates. This results in an overall combined rate increase of 5.8%. In November, rate proposals were presented to 40 elected student leaders in the Inter-Residence Hall Association, where both the DOR and ISU dining proposed 5% rate increases. However, after requesting additional information, IRHA leadership submitted and passed a resolution indicating their support and approval for a 6.5 increase in room rates. Their resolution included a statement encouraging DOR to pursue building improvements that positively impact students, such as air conditioning and bathroom renovations. We feel very fortunate to have a great relationship with our student leaders and look forward to working with them as we plan for future years. Again, thank you again for your time and consideration.
And thank you, and we'll conclude with Nick Raffanello from the University of Northern Iowa. Nick?
Thank you, Brad. President Bates and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to join you today. I'd like to start by highlighting a couple of successes from the current year. This fall, we saw more than 3,100 students living on campus, which is our highest occupancy since 2019. Additionally, we saw more than 34% of students choosing to live on campus, which is the highest percentage of students living on campus since 2016, and the majority of those students living on campus for at least 2 years. We have also continued to find ways to increase student satisfaction and operational efficiencies across the housing and dining program. A couple of examples of the creativity and programs implemented this year are a new meal plan and the continuation of our Live to Succeed program. Based on student feedback, this fall we implemented a second meal plan option for our students living in traditional style buildings, which was offered at a lower cost point. Additionally, we have continued our Live to Succeed program, which provides students a 2-year contract with several benefits, including a $1,000 scholarship in the second year, and we continue to see more than half of our new residents selecting this contract option. As we look ahead to fiscal year 25, we are proposing a 3.5% rate increase. This increase will allow us the ability to maintain the level of services our students have come to expect and continue to reinvest into our infrastructure to provide the spaces and amenities our students desire. At UNI, with the implementation of the Live to Succeed program, we are continuing to increase our occupancy and are projecting to be at nearly 90% occupancy this upcoming fall, our highest occupancy rate since the fall of 2016. One early indicator we are moving in a positive direction is our current students have recently completed the contracting process for next fall, and we have seen an increase of 15% in our returning student contracts over the same time last year. Additionally, we have a 10% increase in the number of students choosing to return to live on campus for a third year. In closing, we continue to elevate student engagement and ensure our students have the best possible experience living on campus, with a focus on supporting our students in achieving their academic, professional, and personal goals. It's an honor to lead an extraordinary department of staff and students who are committed to ensuring our students are successful. At this point, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and share with you a little bit of our successes, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for any of the three gentlemen? Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Regent Crow? Thank you.
Sorry, I just wanted to comment to thank the presenters for including how you have talked with students and student leaders and consulting them for these rate increases. That I was thinking the same thing. They look a little hefty when you see them at a year to year, but nice to know that there are students on the back end who are being a part of this decision-making process as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Brad. As Brad said before, there is no board action that is required, as this will be voted on at the April meeting. At this time, let me recognize Board of Regents Associate Chief Academic Officer Jason Pontius, who will present on administrative efficiency at the universities.
Good afternoon, President Bates, members of the board. You have the dubious honor of getting two back-to-back presentations from me today, so my apologies. I will try to keep them short and sweet. So we'll start off today with administrative efficiency. So your typical university is a large and complex organization. Most of them are the size of medium-sized cities, and all of them take a certain amount of administration just to make them run and have things run on time. As you probably have seen in the news, probably over the last decade or more, there's a kind of a constant drumbeat talking about administrative bloat. This idea that administration is kind of run rampant, a little bit out of control, and may even be driving some of the costs that we see in cost of attendance or displacing some of the money spent on instruction. Well, our universities take a great deal of pride in keeping lean administrative units and have been tracking for years kind of the percent of our total budgets that we spend on administration. However, we have not spent a lot of time looking at how we compare or benchmark to other colleges and universities in other states. We're able to go ahead and bring that up. And it's important to kind of point out that I'm not making up metrics here that's kind of suit our particular needs. A number of years ago, there was a group called the Delta Cost Project that has been examining or examined different ways of looking at kind of the costs and the expenses and the revenues of universities. They use federal IPEDS data in order to kind of look at different ways of kind of managing it, and it provides us a way of looking at essentially standard candles across all sorts of different universities across the entire United States. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So there is a little bit of a error here. I would say that at the very top, it says as a percent of total expenditures. I would add a word to say total core expenditures. Administrative costs are kind of defined within the Delta Cost Project as kind of instructional or institutional support. And the core, kind of without going into too much detail, but the core expenses for a university include basically everything, but except for things like hospital, deferred maintenance of buildings, auxiliary services, which often includes or usually includes athletics. So those are kind of pulled out and kind of look at more of the day-to-day operation of just running the university, the core university itself. So what we've done here is we've pulled the data from IPEDS for four-year public universities, using that same kind of standard from Delta Cost Project to look at what percent of our core expenses are going toward administration. And you can see that as a state, which basically that's all of us, that's all three of our Regent universities, are one of the lowest or next to lowest in the country. I'll go ahead and take you to the next slide. Just to look at that same data slightly different way, just kind of looking at the map of the United States. I don't see an obvious pattern in the geography here. Maybe something that you can kind of suss out. I would kind of make a comparison between Iowa and Virginia. Virginia is a state I know fairly well. There are economies of scale that we see at the administrative cost level. Virginia's public universities, for a number of historical reasons, tend to be about 10 to 15,000 students on average, kind of with the exception maybe George Mason, Virginia Tech. And each of them have their own boards, which may kind of add to some of the administrative costs that go with them. Contrast that with Iowa, where we have 3 institutions. They all tend to be fairly large in one kind of overarching governing structure. Go ahead and zoom in a little bit. And then this is going to look at kind of just Iowa compared to our adjacent states, just to give a rough idea of where we stand. In a lot of cases, these are similar sort of structures. Kind of like South Dakota has a board of regents. They tend to have relatively few but larger institutions in most cases. And you can see that we still stack up very well in compared to our other regional states. Go ahead and advance to the next slide. This is another way of looking at administrative costs data. So one of the things I talked about, there's a concern out there that too much administration is displacing money for instruction. So what this does is it divides the instructional or the administrative costs by the amount of money being spent on instruction. So what we see here is for every dollar spent on instruction, this is how much money is being spent on administration. And again, same as with the earlier graphic, we're spending about 12 cents on administration for every $1 spent on instructing students and helping them learn. Again, second best in the country, in this case next to Hawaii. Next slide. And this is just kind of boiling that down further, comparing Iowa to the national average. We have that same ratio of administration to instruction, about half of what the national average is. That's part of the presentation. I'm happy to take any questions related to this.
You have any questions for Jason? Regent Barker?
Well, I agree. I can't see any pattern in that either. It's very puzzling. But how has that ratio changed in Iowa over time?
Yeah, so in order to be able to, for this particular kind of metric that's in iPads, I could go back to 2016. We could do other kinds of looks at different administrative data or different financial data within iPads that goes back further, but this one's 2016 forward. And it's either been flat or declining within Iowa. You can see in some other states where it did a little bit of a spike during COVID, which is understandable. But ours really didn't go up any kind of appreciable amount. But it has come down over the last couple of years. So there might have been some additional COVID expenses, but really it didn't influence the metric much at all.
Is the increase in administrative costs that we hear about more in the privates than in publics, or?
Perhaps. If you look at I've got the ratio for the private universities is about 22% spent on administration. And it's also roughly similar for community colleges.
What about compared to the community colleges?
Yeah, community colleges, well, I mean, the ones that I pulled for Iowa, just for comparison's sake, about 26% are spent on administration. And keep in mind too, that they're a very different sort of organization. And this is all done in a lot of these cases looking at, you have to keep in mind the amount spent on administration divided by the amount spent on other things. And we spend more money on research and things that the community colleges don't spend money on. So that helps drive our number lower because our denominator is going to be considerably higher than what the community colleges have.
Okay. Regent Kramer?
I was going to ask if this has been presented to the Iowa lawmakers.
No, not yet.
Okay. Plan to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Jason.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Now, Jason, you will present to the board on the annual graduation and retention report.
All right. So presentation number 2. All right, so every year I've been coming before the board talking about how, just looking at the general metrics for how we perform on graduation retention. This is, I mean, we've had a long trend of good news. This is another year of very good news for our universities. Overall, our graduation and retention numbers are up. Retention had gone down a little bit during COVID, but it seems to have already kind of made a rebound since that time. Go ahead and advance to the next slide. So first I'll talk about retention. In this case, I try to use the term of return for their second year at the same college, kind of standardizing it across all different kinds of institutional types. You can see a small dip. We had 88% in 2019 entry cohort, and then 2020 and 2021 on the blue line going across. We dipped just a little bit, but we're now coming back up to 88% for the 2022 entry cohort. Still performs very well compared to national standards for private nonprofits and other four-year publics. And some of those other institutions you can see from the lines also probably took a little bit of a hit during COVID as well, which is understandable. Next slide. So looking at graduation rates or kind of time to graduation in some of these cases, I'll start with the graduated within 6 years, keeping in mind that that's a kind of a combination of all the lines underneath it. So if they graduated within 3 years, then they also graduated within 6 years. So the standard metric we use through iPads is, did they graduate within 150% of the expected time? 4 years is the expected time. So we look at 6 years out to see whether they graduated. Our numbers have been very high related to kind of national standards, and 73% for the entry cohort of 2017. What you can see in here, if you go down to the orange line, is the kind of share of these students that are graduating within 4 years has been increasing pretty rapidly over the last 20 years. So it went from 35% in 2000 graduating within 4 years to now 58% graduating within 4 years. And there's been quite a bit of growth in the percent of students that graduate within 3 years. Go to the next slide. So to kind of zoom in on that a little bit, and looking at the different institutions in particular, we have seen considerable growth in the ability for our universities to graduate a student within 3 years of entry. A lot of this is probably driven in part by the availability of concurrent enrollment or community college or college credit at the high school level, but also just work of our universities to try to get students through in a timely manner. I think a particular note, obviously, you could see here is University of Northern Iowa, which added to their record of 8% by going a little higher this year. Next slide. Okay, so I've talked about this in the past, but it can cause some confusion. Earlier, I said our graduation rates after 4 years is 58%. Here, it looks like our graduation rates after 4 years is 74%. That first slide, earlier slide, was looking at all students who entered the university, what percent graduated within 4 years. That also includes in the denominator students that dropped out, transferred to another institution. Here, we're looking at just the students who graduated. So if you graduated, how long did it take you? In this case, we can see that of the students who earned a bachelor's degree at one of our Regent universities, 74% graduated within 4 years or less. And that has been growing significantly over time as well. So it's another sign of how quickly we're able to get our students through in a timely manner. The other thing that's kind of hidden by these numbers a little bit is most students, if they need additional time beyond the 4 years, only really need about an extra semester. There are some cases where they need a little more time, but that extra semester pushes them into that graduated within a 5th year. And then life happens, there are always situations, there are a small number of students that do need that 6th year or at least more than 5 years in order to earn that degree. And that's represented by that 4% up at the top. Next slide. And then final point here is just a reminder that we graduate the vast majority of bachelor's degrees in the state of Iowa. So 60% of bachelor's degrees generated within the state come through the Regent universities. And we are one of the most efficient at providing those bachelor's degrees. And with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Anyone have any questions?
How do those numbers compare with other universities? like across the country?
As far as,
The graduating, I mean, the speeding up the whole process. Is that
Yeah.
a trend nationwide?
there has been a trend nationwide, so you're seeing more and more of that. I think part of that is universities moving away from that old formula of look to your left, look to your right. One of you is not going to be here at the end of this semester, of weeding students out. So I think there's a concerted effort over time to focus on, if we admit a student, we want to keep them and we want to graduate them. And so those rates have been going up, but we have been keeping pace. And so we've still stayed ahead of our four-year public peers.
Are there any other questions for Jason? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
And back to back was just fine.
Thanks.
And it's time for public comments, but we do not have any this time. So the board has the necessity to meet in closed session for the following reasons. In accordance with Iowa Code Section 21.5.1A, to review and discuss records in the matter of an employee appeal which are required or authorized to be kept confidential in accordance with Iowa Code Section 22.7.11, and in accordance with Iowa Code Section 21.5.1.c, to discuss strategy with counsel in matters that are presently in litigation or where litigation is imminent and premature disclosure would likely prejudice or disadvantage the position of the board. At the conclusion of the closed session, the board will reconvene in open session. Is there a motion that the board enter into closed session? Regent Rouse made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Was it you, Jim? Okay. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Crow?
Yes.
Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Ryswick?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Kramer?
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer?
Yes.
Regent Richards?
Yes.
Regent Bates votes yes. The motion is approved. In the matter of the appeal of employee A motion and a second are required to deny the appeal and affirm the final institutional decision in its entirety. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Regent Rouse made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Regent Kramer seconded. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Crow?
Yes.
Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Reiswick?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Kramer?
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer?
Yes.
Regent Richards?
Yes.
Regent Bates votes yes. Motion is approved. Is there any other business to come before the board? Hearing none, the meeting of the Iowa Board of Regents is adjourned.